In a game ruled by giants, one small boy changed football forever. His name is Lionel Messi. Born in Rosario, Argentina, he grew up with a ball at his feet and a dream that seemed too big for his body. Diagnosed with a growth hormone deficiency, he was told his future would be limited before it even began. But talent does not listen to doubt. When Barcelona took a chance on him, Messi crossed an ocean with his family, carrying hope, fear, and quiet determination. He learned to play not with power, but with precision, balance, and imagination. While others relied on strength, Messi relied on instinct. Goals, records, trophies, season after season, he rewrote what greatness looked like. He became the heart of Barcelona, the symbol of loyalty, and the standard of excellence. Yet the greatest prize always waited just out of reach. Through heartbreak and criticism, he carried the weight of a nation on his shoulders. When victory finally came, it felt like destiny fulfilled. How did a boy once doubted become the greatest footballer of his generation? And what does his journey teach us about perseverance, humility, and belief? This is the story of Lionel Messi, the artist who turned football into poetry and inspired the world without ever raising his voice. Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. The soft golden glow of dusk settled over Rosario, Argentina, as a cool June wind swept through the streets. It was 1987, and the fragile democracy under Raúl Alfonsín had just begun to take shape after years of military dictatorship. In a modest hospital room at the edge of the city, Celia Cucatini held her newborn son, his tiny fingers wrapped around her thumb with surprising strength. Jorge Messi stood nearby, his work clothes still bearing traces of the day's labor at the steel factory. Lionel Andres, Celia whispered, the name falling softly into the quiet room. Our little Leo. The world outside the hospital windows was one of uncertainty. Hyperinflation would soon ravage the country's economy, but within the cocoon of family, the Messis created their own fortress against hardship. They lived in a humble stucco house on Estado 525, where peeling paint and worn door frames told stories of modest means but abundant love. By 1990, as Carlos Menem's promises of prosperity rang hollow for most Argentines, 3-year-old Leo chased a ball made of rolled-up socks in the small courtyard of their home. His brothers, Rodrigo and Matias, played alongside him, but even then there was something different about the way the youngest boy moved. A preternatural balance, a communion with the improvised ball that seemed almost mystical. "Look at him," Jorge murmured to his wife one evening as they watched from the doorway. "He never stops." Celia nodded, her eyes following her son. "Just like you at that age, they say." Jorge's hands, calloused from shifts at a Sindar steel, rested on the doorframe. "Let's hope he has better options than factory work." The neighborhood of Las Heras was a patchwork of working-class dignity. Crumbling Belle Époque facades stood as reminders of Argentina's once prosperous past, while the Villas Miserias spread their informal architecture at the city's edges. The air carried the scent of dust, occasionally cut with the rust-orange smoke from the steelworks where Jorge earned the family's living. By 1991, as Menem's economic reforms prompted prices to double weekly, Leo had discovered the potreros, the dirt lots between tenements where Rosario's children played the game that was religion, escape, and potential salvation all at once. These uneven patches of earth were democracy in its rawest form. Children of all backgrounds competed with fierce intensity, using skills honed in narrow hallways and cramped courtyards. "You must make yourself small," an older boy once advised Leo after watching him lose possession. "Move like water through cracks in stone." The boy took this lesson to heart. While others tried to overpower, Leo learned to slip between defenders, to anticipate spaces before they appeared. His diminutive stature, which would later earn him the nickname La Pulga, the Flea, became his advantage rather than limitation. At home, the television often showed highlights of Diego Maradona, Argentina's fallen angel. Jorge would watch these clips with a mixture of reverence and concern. "Brilliant on the field," he said to his sons one evening as they huddled around the small television, "but remember his other choices." The 1991 cocaine suspension that tarnished Maradona's legacy was a whispered caution in the Messi household. Talent alone was not enough. Character determined longevity. Celia worked cleaning houses in wealthier neighborhoods to supplement Jorge's factory income. Some mornings she would rise before dawn, prepare mate cocido for the family, and leave a pot of simple stew simmering for dinner. Leo would watch her tired smile as she returned, bringing occasional treats, a piece of dulce de leche or a small toy rewards from her employers that became family treasures. "Never forget where you come from," she would say, smoothing Leo's hair before bed, "and never be too proud to work hard." In 1993, 6-year-old Leo began attending Escuela Generales Las Heras. The walk to school took him past shops where radio announcements chronicled Argentina's economic woes. Cumbia Villera rhythms pulsed from doorways, providing soundtrack to the daily struggle. Leo was quiet in class, speaking only when necessary, observing everything with intelligent, dark eyes. "He seems to be in his own world sometimes," his teacher told Celia during a parent meeting, "but when he focuses, he absorbs everything." The same was true on the makeshift pitches where Leo spent every free moment. The Sosa brothers, neighborhood boys who would remain lifelong friends, recognized something extraordinary in the small, serious child. "Pass to Leo" became the common refrain among the local children. He never loses it. Weekends often meant trips to Grandoli, where Celia's family roots provided respite from city life. Here, under open skies, with the scent of asado smoke drifting through the air and cicadas creating nature's percussion, Leo experienced a different kind of freedom. Grandparents told stories of simpler times, when Argentina's promise seemed limitless. "Family above all," his grandmother would say, watching the children play. "Everything else is temporary." Jorge, who coached youth football on weekends, began bringing Leo to informal training sessions. Other coaches noticed the boy's unusual talent. "Has he always been like this?" one asked Jorge after watching Leo dribble through a maze of older boys. "Since he could walk," Jorge replied, his voice matter-of-fact despite the pride swelling beneath it. The year 1994 marked a turning point. As Argentina prepared for another World Cup campaign, 7-year-old Leo's abilities had become impossible to ignore. Jorge arranged for his son to join the youth ranks at Newell's Old Boys, one of Rosario's 2 football institutions. The day of the tryout, rain fell in silver sheets over the city. The family's ancient Fiat struggled through flooded streets. "Maybe we should wait for another day," Celia suggested, noting Leo's nervous expression in the rearview mirror. "No," Jorge said firmly. "Opportunities don't wait for perfect conditions." At the muddy training ground, coaches watched skeptically as the tiny boy with the oversized jersey took his position. 20 minutes later, their skepticism had transformed into wonder. Leo moved through the rain as if it were sunshine, the ball an extension of his body rather than an object to be conquered. That evening, in the family's small kitchen where steam from dinner fogged the windows against the continuing rain, a rare mood of celebration permeated the usual quiet. Maria Sol, Leo's young sister, sat on his lap while Rodrigo and Matias recounted their brother's performance with theatrical embellishment. "They said he played like someone twice his age," Rodrigo announced. "3 times," Matias corrected. Jorge raised his hand for quiet. "Talent is nothing without work," he reminded his children. "Tomorrow we work harder." Leo nodded, understanding already what his father meant, that this day was not an arrival, but a departure point. The modesty that would become his hallmark was already deeply ingrained, a family value as essential as loyalty. Later that night, as the Messi children slept, Jorge and Celia sat at the kitchen table, steam rising from cups of mate. "What if he really has the gift?" Celia asked, her voice hushed. "Like they're saying?" Jorge considered the question, calloused fingers wrapped around his cup. "Then we protect him. From expectations, from people who will want to use him. Most of all, from thinking he's special outside of what he earns through work." Celia reached across the table, her hand covering her husband's. "And if this means a different life than we planned, then we adapt," Jorge replied simply, "for any of our children." Outside their window, Rosario continued its nocturnal rhythm, distant train whistles, the occasional shout from late-night revelers, stray dogs barking at unseen threats. Inside, in the warm kitchen with its worn table and faded curtains, decisions were being made that would eventually echo far beyond the borders of Argentina. In his small bed, Leo Messi slept, dreaming perhaps of football, or simply of tomorrow's games with friends. His future, the trophies, the acclaim, the fortune, all lay undiscovered before him. For now, he was simply a boy from Estado 525, with unusual gifts and a family determined to keep him grounded in what mattered most: hard work, humility, and the unbreakable bonds of family. The rain continued through the night, washing the streets of Rosario clean, preparing fresh mud for tomorrow's football matches. In this working-class city that had already produced revolutionaries and artists, another kind of genius was quietly taking form, not in grandiose declarations or privileged academies, but in the simple, determined routine of a boy who loved nothing more than making a ball obey his command. The late afternoon sun slanted low across the dusty training pitch of Newell's Old Boys, casting long shadows over the cracked earth where Salvador Aparicio stood with his clipboard. His weathered face creased as he watched the small boy with number 7 on his back move through the practice cones with preternatural grace. The boy's feet barely seemed to touch the ground. "Again, Leo," Aparicio called, his voice firm but kind. This time faster. Lionel Messi, just 8 years old, nodded silently and returned to the starting position. His threadbare cleats, purchased with the previous month's stipend, were already showing signs of wear. The other boys watched from the sidelines, some with admiration, others with the quiet envy that exceptional talent inevitably attracts. In 1995, Rosario existed in a peculiar economic equilibrium. The peso-dollar peg had tamed the wild inflation of earlier years, but unemployment crept steadily upward. Steel mills that once employed thousands, including Jorge Messi at the Asindar plant, were shedding workers. The stability was like a thin sheet of ice over deeper troubles. None of this concerned young Leo as he darted between the cones, the ball seemingly tethered to his foot by invisible string. When he finished, Aparicio made a small notation in his notebook, one of many spiral-bound records that held the incomplete chronicle of a prodigy's emergence. 512, Celia Messi said later that evening, stirring a pot of stew in their modest kitchen in the southern part of Rosario. "That's how many goals they say he's scored since he started." Jorge Messi looked up from the newspaper, the headlines warning of economic troubles despite government assurances. "Nobody counts exactly," he replied, "but it's many, too many to ignore." The family home wasn't grand, a simple 2-story house in a working-class neighborhood where the sound of buses and motorcycles provided a constant backdrop. Leo shared a room with his brothers, Rodrigo and Matias, while his sister Maria Sol had her own small space. Their wealth was not in possessions, but in the fierce loyalty they held for one another. "Aparicio says he's never seen anything like him," Jorge continued, his voice hushed as though discussing a secret. but we need to be careful. The growth issue. He trailed off. Celia's face tightened. The diagnosis had come recently, growth hormone deficiency. The treatment was expensive, prohibitively so for a family living on a steel worker's wages and occasional coaching fees. The monthly injections would cost more than they could possibly afford. "He's so small," she whispered. "The other boys are growing, and he compensates," Jorge interrupted. "You've seen him play. His size makes him quicker, lower to the ground. He sees spaces others don't." Outside, in the gathering dusk, Leo was still playing. The concrete courtyard behind their home had become his second training ground. Hours after formal practice ended, he continued, moving the ball back and forth across the small space, teaching his body to maneuver in confined areas. This self-imposed training would one day translate into his signature ability to accelerate and change direction in spaces where other players found themselves trapped. The monthly stipend from Newell's, roughly $50, was enough for new boots occasionally and bus fare to training. It represented something more significant, though: validation. In Argentina's informal football economy, being paid anything at all, even this token amount, meant you were considered an investment. Salvador Aparicio understood what he had discovered. In his 30 years of youth coaching, he had developed an eye for talent, but the quiet boy from Rosario's South Side was different. During one session in early 1996, he took Leo aside. "You have a gift," he said simply, "but gifts need cultivation. Every day you must touch the ball more times than you think possible." Leo nodded, his large, solemn eyes taking in the information. He rarely spoke during these exchanges. His communication came through his feet, through the impossible turns and accelerations that left older boys bewildered. The training intensified. What began as 2 hours a day stretched to 4, then 6, sometimes 8 hours of technical work. Aparicio emphasized close control, endless drills with the ball never more than a foot away, even at full sprint. Leo absorbed these lessons silently, implementing each suggestion with mechanical precision. In the streets of Rosario, life continued its precarious balance. The convertibility system kept the economy superficially stable, but beneath this veneer, tensions grew. More cartoneros appeared each month, people reduced to collecting cardboard from trash to survive. The Messi family was not wealthy, but Jorge's job at a Sindar and Celia's careful management kept them from such desperation. By 1997, whispers about the small boy from Newell's had begun to spread beyond Rosario. Scouts occasionally appeared at youth matches, standing discreetly along the sidelines with unmarked notebooks. Leo remained oblivious to their presence, lost in the pure joy of the game, in the problem-solving of finding space where none seemed to exist. "There was a man from River Plate watching yesterday," Jorge told Celia one evening, keeping his voice low to ensure Leo couldn't hear from the next room. "They might be interested." River Plate represented possibility, Argentina's most prestigious club, with resources that might address the growth hormone treatments Leo increasingly needed. Hope fluttered briefly, then faded. In early 1999, Leo and Jorge traveled to Buenos Aires for a trial at River. The boy performed as he always did, with the same close control and acceleration that made him untouchable in Rosario's youth leagues. But afterward, in a sterile office overlooking River's training grounds, the verdict came. "He's talented, certainly," the youth director said, not unkindly. "But his size, we can't take the risk. He's too frail." Jorge's face remained impassive, but his hands tightened slightly on the armrests of his chair. Leo stared at the floor, his expression unreadable. The rejection crystallized something in both father and son, a quiet determination that would come to characterize their approach to adversity. On the long bus ride back to Rosario, Leo leaned his head against the window, watching Argentina's endless grasslands flow past. "What did they say?" he finally asked. "They said you're too small," Jorge answered honestly. Leo nodded, absorbing this. Then, with the simple clarity of a child, he said, "Then I'll just have to play better." This moment, this rejection, would form part of the foundation of his resilience. Years later, when fame and fortune arrived, the memory of being dismissed for his size would remain, a small coal burning at his core. Back in Rosario, life at Newell's continued. The youth matches played out on patchy fields where mothers watched from folding chairs and fathers leaned against car hoods, arguing tactics and sharing mate. Record-keeping remained haphazard goals, tallied on scraps of paper, sometimes remembered only in the collective memory of those who witnessed them. In the humble clubhouse at Newell's, with its concrete floor and simple wooden benches, Coach Aparicio gathered his team before a match in mid-1999. The boys sat in their mismatched uniforms, some with hand-me-down cleats, others with the newest models purchased by more affluent parents. "Football is not just skill," Aparicio told them, his eyes lingering briefly on Leo. "It is heart. It is seeing what others cannot see." On the wall behind him hung a faded poster of Diego Maradona, Argentina's fallen hero, whose latest comeback attempts played out on television like cautionary tales. The 1998 World Cup had come and gone, Argentina eliminated by the Netherlands in a match the boys had watched on a grainy television in this very room, crowded together on these same benches. After training, Leo often retreated to Grandoli, the small neighborhood club where he had first played. There, among his earliest friends, he could be simply a boy who loved football, not a prodigy carrying escalating expectations. The small field behind the Grandoli clubhouse, with its uneven surface and makeshift goals, represented a kind of freedom. "He comes back to remember," said Antonio, the elderly groundskeeper who had watched Leo since his first tentative kicks. "The great ones always remember where they started." The growth hormone issue became more pressing as 1999 progressed. The doctors were clear: without treatment, Leo's physical development would be severely compromised. The family gathered around their kitchen table one evening, the medical reports spread before them like an unsolvable puzzle. 1,000 pesos per month, Jorge said quietly, for years. The amount hung in the air, impossible in an economy where job security diminished daily. Argentina's borrowed time was running short, though few yet realized it, and personal finances required careful navigation. The treatment represented a financial chasm the family couldn't bridge alone. Celia reached across the table and took her husband's hand. "We'll find a way," she said with the fierce determination that had sustained them through previous challenges. "If it means selling the house." "No," Jorge interrupted. "There are other possibilities." Those possibilities remained undefined, hopes rather than plans. Meanwhile, Leo continued his solitary training in the concrete courtyard behind their home, the rhythmic sound of the ball against wall, a metronome marking the hours he invested in his craft. His childhood friends, many of whom would remain his inner circle long after fame arrived, understood his obsession without needing explanation. They adapted to his quietness, to his discomfort with attention, creating a protective environment where his focus could thrive. "Leo doesn't talk much," explained one of these friends as they walked home from school, kicking a worn ball between them. "But when he plays, it's like he's speaking a different language." This small circle family and childhood companions established the pattern that would later characterize his approach to fame: a tight, trusted group, loyalty as currency, family as foundation. As 1999 drew to a close, the uncertainty about Leo's future deepened. The growth hormone treatments couldn't be postponed indefinitely, and Newell's, despite valuing his talent, lacked the resources to cover such expensive medical intervention. The club existed in the same economic reality as the rest of Rosario, managing decline rather than planning expansion. On the field, however, Leo's development continued unabated. The technical foundation Aparicio had established, the close control, the acceleration in tight spaces became more refined. The hours of solitary practice manifested in moments of brilliance that left even seasoned coaches speechless. During one youth match, played on a dusty field on Rosario's outskirts, Leo received the ball near the halfway line with 3 defenders between him and the goal. What happened next would be recounted for years. A slaloming run that left all 3 opponents grasping at air, followed by a finish of such delicate precision that the goalkeeper remained frozen, watching the ball nestle in the corner of the net. Afterward, in the humble changing room with its cold concrete floor and single naked bulb, Aparicio found Leo sitting quietly, untying his cleats. "That goal," the coach began. Leo looked up, his expression earnest. "I saw the space before it was there," he explained simply. This ability to anticipate spaces before they opened, to calculate trajectories and angles instinctively, couldn't be taught. It could only be honed, directed, refined through the thousands of hours Leo devoted to practice. The year ended with questions unanswered. The growth hormone treatments remained a looming necessity. River Plate's rejection still stung, and the path forward seemed unclear. Yet in this uncertainty, in this period of modest means and extraordinary dedication, the foundation of everything that would follow was being carefully, methodically laid. In the Messi home, as 1999 drew to a close, the family gathered for a simple dinner. Outside, the sounds of Rosario's evening traffic mingled with distant music. Ricky Martin's "Livin' La Vida Loca" drifting from a neighbor's open window. The television murmured in the background, news reports hinting at economic troubles despite government assurances of stability. Leo, now 12, ate quietly, his mind likely still on the day's training, on movements to perfect, spaces to exploit. His brothers teased and joked around him, the normal chaos of family life continuing regardless of talent or expectation. This was the crucible in which greatness was being forged, not in luxury or privilege, but in ordinary circumstances, made extraordinary by obsessive dedication, by family sacrifice, and by a gift that transcended physical limitations. The small boy with the ball, playing hour after hour in concrete courtyards and on patchy fields, was writing the opening chapters of a story no one could yet imagine. The Barcelona evening was unusually cool for December, a thin mist rising from the terracotta-colored streets that wound through the heart of Catalonia. Carlos Rexach, sporting director of FC Barcelona, drummed his fingers against the polished wood of a table at a tennis club restaurant, his brow furrowed with decision. Across from him sat Jorge Messi, a factory worker from Rosario, Argentina, whose eyes carried both desperation and fierce determination. Between them, a 13-year-old boy with shy eyes and an unassuming posture sat silently. His name was Lionel Messi. Thousands of miles from home, he seemed smaller than his already diminutive frame suggested, the weight of an uncertain future pressing down upon narrow shoulders. "I've seen enough," Rexach finally said, breaking the silence. But the board remains hesitant. Jorge leaned forward. "My son needs this opportunity, the treatment." "I understand," Rexach interrupted, glancing at the boy whose growth hormone deficiency threatened to end a promising football career before it truly began. The cost of treatment in Argentina was prohibitive, especially as economic storm clouds gathered over their homeland. Rexach called for a napkin. When it arrived, he pulled a pen from his jacket pocket and began to write. The ink flowed across the thin paper in deliberate strokes, a commitment of approximately $1,500 per month, plus medical costs of nearly $1,000 monthly. a contract born of instinct rather than corporate protocol. I, Carl's Rexach, in my capacity as sporting director, commit to signing Lionel Messi, he wrote, the words that would alter the trajectory of football history appearing on the unlikeliest of documents. Joseph Minguella, the agent who had arranged this meeting, nodded approvingly as Rexach signed the napkin and slid it across the table. "This will suffice until we formalize everything," he said. Jorge stared at the napkin, his weathered hands trembling slightly as he folded it carefully and placed it in his pocket. The document represented not just a football contract, but a lifeline for his son's health, a potential escape from an Argentina teetering on economic collapse. "Gracias," he said simply, the word carrying the weight of a father's devotion. La Masia rose from the Barcelona landscape like a monastery devoted to a different kind of faith, the religion of total football. Within its walls, young boys learned the catechism of positional play, quit passing, and the sacred geometry of the game. For Lionel Messi, it became home in early 2001, though home was a complicated concept when you're 6,000 miles from everything familiar. The dormitory room was sparse, bunk beds with thin mattresses, a small desk, and walls adorned with posters of Barca legends. Lionel claimed a bottom bunk, arranging his few possessions neatly. His roommates spoke Catalan, a language as foreign to his ears as the narrow streets of Barcelona were to his feet. At night, after training sessions that stretched his body and mind in equal measure, he would sit alone by the window, staring out at the distant lights of a city that didn't yet belong to him. The growth hormone injections became a nightly ritual, the small vials carefully stored, the precise dosage measured, the momentary sting a reminder of what was at stake. Back in Rosario, his father had gambled everything on this opportunity. Jorge had left his factory job, risking financial security for this chance. The $1,500 per month stipend covered basic necessities, a modest apartment, groceries from Carrefour, Metro passes, but offered little luxury. The medical coverage was the true prize, the treatment otherwise unattainable for a middle-class family from Argentina. The coaches at La Masia recognized something extraordinary in the quiet Argentine boy. During training sessions, his feet seemed to speak a language that transcended cultural barriers. The ball adhered to his movements as if magnetized, his low center of gravity allowing him to change direction with impossible fluidity. "Watch how he understands space," one coach whispered to another as Lionel navigated through a rondo drill, finding angles that existed only in his imagination. "He sees the game differently." But talent alone couldn't ward off the crushing weight of homesickness. As 2001 progressed, the distance became almost unbearable. Each phone call to Rosario was an exercise in restraint, his voice steady until the moment he hung up, when tears would flow freely. One evening, after a particularly difficult day of Catalan language lessons and intense training, Lionel sat on his bed, a letter from home clutched in his hand. The news from Argentina grew more troubling with each correspondence: banks freezing accounts, protests in the streets, political instability that threatened to tear the country apart. "I can't stay here," he whispered to himself. "I need to go home." The crisis point came on a rain-soaked evening in the autumn of 2001. Jorge received a call at the small apartment he'd rented near La Masia. His son's voice on the other end was broken, defeated. "Papa, I want to come home," Lionel said, the words muffled by quiet sobs. Jorge closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his son's pain. The background noise told him Lionel was calling from one of the academy's common areas, trying to maintain composure as teammates passed by. "Leo, listen to me," Jorge said carefully. "Your mother is coming. She's already on her way." The silence on the other end spoke volumes. "And then?" Lionel finally asked. "And then we all come," Jorge promised. "The whole family, your brothers, everyone. We'll all be together here." It was a promise made without any certainty of how to fulfill it. A leap of faith necessitated by a father's love. The economic situation in Argentina was deteriorating rapidly. By the end of 2001, the country would see 5 presidents in 2 weeks, riots in the streets, and middle-class savings evaporating overnight as the peso collapsed. When Lionel Messi arrived in Barcelona, she found her son thinner than she remembered, his eyes carrying a weariness beyond his years. They sat together in a small cafe near La Masia, Lionel picking at a pastry while his mother studied his face. "The treatments are working," she said softly, noting how he seemed taller if only marginally. "The doctors are pleased." "I know," Lionel replied, "but I miss everyone. I miss home." Celia reached across the table, taking his hand. "Your father told you about our plan." Lionel nodded, hope flickering in his eyes. "It won't be easy," she continued, "but we'll find a way. The family stays together." The promise of familial reunification became the tether that kept him anchored to Barcelona, a reason to endure the rigorous training regimen and the isolation of being a Spanish-speaking Argentine boy in a Catalan-dominant environment. La Masia's daily rhythm was as structured as a symphony. Morning began with the metallic clang of an old bell, followed by the shuffle of young feet toward communal showers. Breakfast was measured with scientific precision portions calculated to maximize performance, nutritionists weighing pasta servings and monitoring protein intake. "Eat everything," one of the older boys advised Lionel in halting Spanish. "They track what you leave behind." The academy was a closed system, a pipeline that developed talent away from the prying eyes of rival clubs. Boys entered children and emerged as football machines programmed in the Barcelona way. Formal education became increasingly secondary to football curriculum. Many, including Lionel, would never complete traditional secondary diplomas. Inside the training facility, the scent of freshly cut Bermuda grass mingled with the earthy aroma of wet leather as footballs skidded across the surface. Coaches barked instructions in Catalan, and Lionel would watch their gesticulations carefully, interpreting meaning through movement rather than language. A psychologist visited regularly, monitoring the mental health of young boys separated from their families. During one session, Lionel sat uncomfortably in a chair that seemed too large for his frame. "How are you adapting?" the psychologist asked in careful Spanish. "Better now," Lionel replied, his Argentine accent thick against the Catalan backdrop of the academy. "My mother visited. My father says everyone will come soon." The psychologist made notes. The boy's resilience was remarkable, he thought. Many others had broken under the pressure of La Masia's demands and the separation from home. "And the treatments, are they difficult for you?" Lionel shrugged. "They help me grow. I need to grow to play football." The simplicity of the answer masked the complexity of his situation, a boy enduring nightly injections to pursue a dream that remained far from guaranteed. While his talent was undeniable, his physical development remained the great unknown variable in the equation of his future. By early 2002, the treatments began showing measurable results. Lionel had grown several centimeters, his body responding to the hormone therapy that Barcelona faithfully provided. The medical gamble was paying dividends, both for the boy whose career viability now seemed more secure and for the club that had taken a chance on the diminutive Argentine. In the modest apartment where Jorge now lived with Celia, having made good on his promise to bring the family together, they studied their son's growth chart with cautious optimism. "The doctors say he could gain up to 20 centimeters eventually," Jorge said, tracing the upward trajectory on the paper. "He's already grown 8 centimeters since we started." Celia nodded, relief evident in her eyes. "And on the pitch?" "The coaches say he's special," Jorge replied, "different from the others, but still so much development ahead." The financial reality remained austere. The family existed on Barcelona's modest stipend, the equivalent of 15,000 euros annually, supplemented by what Jorge could earn from occasional jobs. It was subsistence, not prosperity. The worst had been 2001, when Lionel technically earned nothing as a youth player while the family navigated relocation and Argentina's economic implosion. Yet they endured. The Messi family created a pocket of Rosario in Barcelona, cooking Argentine dishes in a small kitchen. Speaking their native Spanish at home, while Lionel gradually mastered Catalan at the academy, following news from home where friends and relatives weathered economic storms they had narrowly escaped. At La Masia, Lionel's reputation grew alongside his physical stature. His technical ability bordered on preternatural. The ball, an extension of his body rather than an object to be controlled. Coaches began whispering about accelerating his progression through the youth ranks. "He thinks faster than the others," one coach observed during a training session where Lionel navigated through a maze of defenders. "By the time they react, he's already 3 moves ahead." In the Camp Nou Museum, a reproduction of the napkin contract sat displayed behind glass, a humble artifact of one of football's most consequential decisions. Tourists passed by daily, many unaware of its significance, of how close this story came to never happening at all. On a spring evening in 2002, Lionel stood before this display, his father beside him. They had come after hours, a special arrangement made by Rexach, who understood the symbolic importance of the moment. "Do you remember that day at the tennis club?" Jorge asked. Lionel nodded. "I was scared. Everything was so strange, so big." "And now?" The boy considered the question, his gaze fixed on the napkin that had changed the course of his life. In the distance, they could hear the faint roar of 90,000 fans as the first team played a league match, the sound a siren call to a future that seemed increasingly possible. "Now I belong here," Lionel said simply. Jorge placed a hand on his son's shoulder, feeling both the physical growth from the treatments and the intangible maturation that came from navigating such profound challenges at a young age. The journey from Rosario to this moment had required sacrifices from the entire family, a factory job abandoned, a comfortable life exchanged for uncertainty, the familiar traded for the foreign. Yet as they stood together in the quiet museum, the napkin contract illuminated behind glass, the gamble seemed increasingly justified. The boy who had almost quit, who had cried through homesickness and endured nightly injections, was growing both literally and figuratively into something exceptional. Outside the museum windows, Barcelona continued its evening rhythm scooters weaving through narrow streets, the scent of paella drifting from restaurants, distant church bells marking the hour. It was a city that had not yet become synonymous with Lionel Messi, a relationship still in its infancy. Neither father nor son could possibly foresee what lay ahead, the trophies, the records, the global adoration. For now, success was measured in centimeters gained, in the gradually disappearing homesickness, in the simple fact of family reunited against considerable odds. "Come," Jorge said finally, "your mother will have dinner waiting." They left the museum together, walking through the shadows of Camp Nou. Above them, floodlights illuminated the massive stadium where someday the name Messi would echo like a prayer. But that was a story for another time, chapters yet unwritten in a narrative that began with a napkin, a desperate gamble, and a boy too small for his dreams. The October sun draped itself lazily over Barcelona's Example district, casting long shadows through the geometric grid of streets designed by Ildefons Cerdà a century prior. In a modest apartment not far from Les Corts, a young man with dark hair and quiet eyes stood at the window, watching the city pulse with afternoon energy. Lionel Messi, just turned 18, observed the Catalan capital that was slowly becoming his home. His fingers traced the outline of his first professional contract, now nearly 2 years old. The document that had brought him €30,000 annually as a Barcelona C player seemed like a distant memory. So much had happened since then, the climb to Barcelona B, and now the dizzying ascent to the first team, where his salary had multiplied several times over. Leo called Jorge Messi from the kitchen table, where papers were spread in neat piles. "Come look at this Nike proposal again." Leo moved from the window and sat beside his father. Jorge had aged in subtle ways since their arrival from Rosario, new lines around his eyes, a certain gravitas in his posture that came from being both father and agent to a son whose star was inexorably rising. "It's good," Jorge continued, tapping a clause with his index finger. "With this youth endorsement, plus your first team wages, we're looking at over €200,000 this year." The younger Messi nodded, his expression betraying little. Money had never been his motivator, though he understood its importance. What mattered was tomorrow's training session, the feel of the ball, the precise weight of a pass from Ronaldinho. "Is it too much?" Leo asked, his voice soft. "All these changes, so fast." Jorge rested a hand on his son's shoulder. "No faster than your feet, mijo." A small smile crossed Leo's face. Since his official first-team debut against Espanyol last October, life had accelerated. The derby had been merely ceremonial, 16 minutes of playing time. His body had marked his crossing of a threshold. From promising youth to professional, from potential to expectation, the Camp Nou dressing room hummed with pre-match energy. The smell of liniment and fresh-cut grass filtered through the corridors as players prepared for the evening's match against Albacete. May 2005 had arrived with promise and possibility. Ronaldinho, with his perpetual grin and dancer's grace, moved between teammates, dispensing jokes and encouragement in equal measure. He paused before Leo, who sat quietly lacing his boots. "Tonight, hermano," the Brazilian said, his accent painting the Catalan words with tropical colors. "Tonight, we show them something beautiful." Leo glanced up, meeting Ronaldinho's eyes with characteristic reserve. The Brazilian playmaker had taken him under his wing, shielding him from the pressures that came with being labeled the next Maradona. Where Ronaldinho embraced the nightlife of Barcelona, the Sutton Club, Opium Mar, the endless parade of beautiful people seeking beautiful company, Leo retreated to his family's apartment, to early dinners and tactical discussions with his father. "Si," Leo replied simply, "something beautiful." Manager Frank Rijkaard passed through, nodding approvingly at his young protégé. The Dutchman had been measured in his deployment of the Argentine teenager, introducing him gradually to the demands of top-flight football. But Leo's talent had a way of accelerating timetables. As they walked through the tunnel, the roar of 80,000 Catalans washed over them. The Camp Nou on match day was a cathedral of expectation, cigarette smoke still legal in the stands mingling with the aroma of churros and collective anticipation. Leo inhaled deeply, his ritual before stepping onto the pitch. The moment came in the 87th minute. Barcelona already led 1-0 when Ronaldinho received the ball near the halfway line. Leo, seeing space ahead, began his run. The Brazilian's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly, a private communication between artists before he lofted the ball over the Albacete defense. Time seemed to slow as Leo reached the falling ball. With one touch, he lifted it over the on-rushing goalkeeper, a delicate chip that defied his youth and the gravity of the moment. As the ball nestled in the net, the stadium erupted. His teammates converged on him, Ronaldinho's smile widest of all as he hoisted the teenager onto his shoulders. It was more than a goal, it was an anointing. The Brazilian, then the world's most celebrated player, literally elevating his successor. In the stands, Jorge Messi wiped moisture from his eyes. Beside him, Pepe Costa, the club employee who had become the family's fixer and confidant, nodded knowingly. "The first of many," he said, his Catalan accent wrapping around the Spanish words. "The equipment managers say they've never seen boots wear down so quickly." Pepe Costa remarked as he drove Leo home after training the following week. The modest seat navigated Barcelona's evening traffic, passing buildings where Gaudi's influence stretched toward the sky. Scaffolding coming down from restorations as the city preened itself for the tourist season. "I don't notice," Leo replied, gazing out at the Mediterranean glinting in the distance. His first senior goal had changed things subtly. Teammates looked to him more often in training. Journalists lingered longer after sessions, hoping for quotes from the quiet prodigy. "Nike is already asking about custom designs," Pepe continued. "They see how your control and acceleration make you different, marketable." Leo shifted uncomfortably. "I just want to play." Pepe smiled, familiar with the young man's reticence. "That's why your father handles these things. And why I handle the rest." He'd already become indispensable to the Messi family, managing everything from car registrations to lease renewals, creating the infrastructure that allowed Leo to focus solely on football. They drove past La Rambla, where tourists and locals mingled among street performers and flower stalls. Barcelona in 2005 was a city embracing its boom years. Construction cranes dotted the skyline. Real estate prices climbed steadily, and Camp Nou renovations progressed as the club's brand expanded globally. "We received your Spanish passport documents today," Pepe mentioned as they turned onto the street where the Messi family lived. "Once it's official, you'll have EU registration status. No more limitations on non-EU players." Leo nodded, understanding the significance. The passport represented security, mobility, and opportunity, bureaucratic invisibility that would protect his rising career. In the private dining room of El Botafumero, the Barcelona squad celebrated the season's end. Seafood platters and Catalan wines flowed freely as players recounted the campaign's highlights. Ronaldinho held court at the center table, his laughter infectious. Leo sat beside Samuel Eto'o, nursing a glass of water. The Cameroonian striker nudged him gently. "You should enjoy these moments, Pequeño. They pass quickly." "I am enjoying it," Leo replied with a small smile. "Not like some," Eto'o chuckled, nodding toward Ronaldinho, who was regaling teammates with stories, his hands painting pictures in the air. "After this, half of them go to Sutton. The music, the women," he studied Leo's expression. "But not you." "Not me," Leo agreed. "Smart boy. Keep that discipline." Atu raised his glass. "To discipline and to your first goal." Leo touched his water glass to Eto'o's wine. Across the room, Ronaldinho caught his eye and offered a thumbs up. Their connection transcended words. The Brazilian understood that his young teammate's quiet nature wasn't shyness but concentration, a perpetual calculation of spaces and movements. Later, as players began dispersing to various night spots, Ronaldinho approached Leo, who was preparing to leave. "Your father waiting outside?" Leo nodded. Jorge was always nearby, a constant guardian of his son's career and well-being. "He's right to protect you," Ronaldinho said, his expression unusually serious. "The nightlife, it's fun, but it's also," he gestured vaguely, "a distraction. You don't need distractions." "You seem to manage," Leo observed with rare directness. Ronaldinho's famous smile returned. "I need the joy to play my way. You?" He tapped Leo's chest. "Your joy is already in there. Pure football." He embraced the younger player. Different paths, same destination. Summer brought changes to Barcelona and to Leo's position within it. His salary had quietly increased again as his performances warranted, approaching €500,000 annually with bonuses. The Spanish passport came through, removing registration obstacles. Most significantly, his status within the squad evolved from curiosity to contributor. In his family's apartment, now slightly larger than their first Barcelona home but still modest by professional footballer standards, Leo sat with his father reviewing training notes. "Richard says you'll start more matches next season," Jorge reported, closing a leather-bound notebook where he recorded all coaching feedback. "He mentioned specifically your close control in tight spaces." Leo absently juggled a small foam ball with his feet, a constant habit even indoors. "Ronaldinho creates the space, makes it easier. For now," Jorge replied meaningfully. "But they're building around your future, not his present." A knock at the door interrupted them. Pepe Costa entered, carrying several folders. "Mail and some endorsement proposals," he announced, setting them on the table. "Also, UNICEF reached out through the club. They're exploring a partnership with Barcelona and wanted to know if you might have interest in youth ambassador work." Leo caught the ball mid-bounce. "For children?" "Helping children globally, yes. Nothing immediate, but they've noticed your story. The growth hormone treatment, coming from Argentina, your quiet way with young fans." Leo looked at his father, who nodded approvingly. "We'll consider it. Philanthropy is important, especially as earnings increase." After Pepe left, Leo stood by the window again, watching Barcelona's evening lights illuminate. From this vantage point, he could just make out the top of Sagrada Familia, Gaudi's unfinished masterpiece, still slowly reaching toward completion. "Are you happy, Leo?" Jorge asked, joining him at the window. The question seemed to surprise the young footballer. He considered it with the same deliberation he gave to everything. "Yes," he finally said. "I'm playing football. We're together. The club believes in me." "And the money. Does that make you happy?" Leo shook his head slightly. "It makes things possible. That's different." Jorge placed his arm around his son's shoulders. They stood in companionable silence, watching the Mediterranean city that had gambled on a small boy with extraordinary feet. Barcelona glittered below them, unaware that its fortunes and identity would soon become inextricably linked with the quiet teenager from Rosario. The 2005-06 preseason training ground buzzed with renewed purpose. Leo moved through drills with characteristic precision, his control in tight spaces already becoming legendary among teammates. Richard called him aside during a water break. "Your acceleration in the first 5 meters," the Dutch manager observed. "It's extraordinary, like the ball becomes part of your foot." Leo nodded, accepting the observation without false modesty. "The newspapers call you the new Maradona," Richard continued. "How does that feel?" Leo took a careful sip of water. "It's just words." "Smart answer," Richard smiled. "Keep that perspective. Barcelona is building something special, and you're central to it." As they rejoined the group, Leo caught sight of club president Joan Laporta watching from the sidelines, deep in conversation with sporting director Txiki Begiristain. Their eyes followed his movement with obvious interest. Later, in the changing room, Leo checked his new mobile phone, a modest upgrade his increasing wages had permitted. A message from his mother reminded him about his brother's birthday next week. Ronaldinho dropped onto the bench beside him. "They say you'll be earning €1 million soon," he said casually, unlacing his boots. Leo pocketed the phone. "People say many things." "This one is true," Ronaldinho replied, "and deserved. But remember, with the first big contract comes the first big expectation." "I expect more from myself than they ever will," Leo answered, his voice quiet but certain. Ronaldinho laughed and clapped him on the back. "That, Pequeño brother, is why you'll surpass us all." As the evening settled over Barcelona, Leo returned home to review match footage with his father. The ritual remained unchanged despite his rising status. Jorge analyzed opponents and tracked Leo's performance metrics with meticulous attention. The family structure around him, his father as agent and guardian, Pepe Costa as fixer and facilitator, his mother and siblings as emotional anchors, created a protective framework that allowed his talent to flourish. From their apartment window, Camp Nou's floodlights illuminated the darkening sky, a beacon drawing the young Argentine ever forward. Barcelona slept, unaware that the quiet teenager from Rosario, with his supernatural close control and economic acceleration, would soon become not just the face of their club, but of football itself. The journey from Barcelona C's €30,000 contract to the first team had been swift but measured. Each step calculated, each opportunity maximized. As Leo prepared for sleep, the Mediterranean breeze carrying the scent of possibility through the open window, the future stretched before him, unwritten but inevitable. The jet engines whined as they cut through the night air above Germany, carrying a team of destiny and a young man whose fortune would soon eclipse his wildest dreams. Lionel Messi gazed through the window at the glittering lights below, his reflection faint in the glass, a 19-year-old face still rounded with youth but eyes already calculating distances invisible to others. "First World Cup," whispered a voice beside him. Peckerman, the national team coach, had slipped into the adjacent seat. "How does it feel?" Lionel's mouth curved into that particular half-smile, the one that revealed nothing yet disarmed everyone. "Like I've been preparing my whole life, mister." June 2006. The Argentina squad had landed in a country where football was religion, where Adidas, born in the small Bavarian town of Herzogenaurach, had built an empire on 3 stripes. In his hotel room, Lionel unpacked his bags with methodical precision. Nestled among his personal items was a fresh pair of 50 boots, prototypes sent directly from Adidas headquarters. He turned them over in his hands, feeling the weight, assessing the construction. These weren't just shoes, they were instruments, extensions of his body worth approximately €1,000,000 a year to him now. His first truly significant commercial alliance. "They're beautiful, no?" Jorge Messi said, entering the room with a stack of papers tucked beneath his arm. His father's presence was a constant, the fixed point around which Lionel's expanding universe revolved. "The technical team wants your feedback on the grip pattern." Lionel nodded, studying the sole plate. "The acceleration needs to feel instant," he said quietly, "like there's nothing between my foot and the ground." Jorge sat heavily on the edge of the bed, watching his son with eyes that missed nothing. The Adidas contract had changed everything. €1,000,000 annually, the first truly significant wealth to enter the Messi orbit. Not life-changing by the standards of established stars, but for a family from Rosario who had gambled everything on a boy's talent, it was the validation of 1,000 sacrifices. "We're building something that will last," Jorge said. "You focus on the field. I'll handle the rest." The World Cup unfolded like a series of perfectly composed photographs. Though Argentina would fall to Germany in the quarterfinals, the tournament served as Messi's introduction to the truly global stage. Television cameras lingered on his face. Broadcasters pronounced his name with increasing familiarity, and in the Adidas headquarters, marketing executives watched their investment appreciate in real time. By autumn, Barcelona had become a city transformed. The Mediterranean light painted everything gold in the late afternoons as Lionel drove his modest car through streets lined with construction cranes. The Spanish housing bubble had lifted the economy to dizzying heights. Russians and Northern Europeans purchased luxury penthouses, while locals wondered how long the prosperity could last. Inside Camp Nou, however, change was coming of a different sort. Frank Rijkaard's tenure was showing signs of strain. Ronaldinho, once the club's talisman, had begun a subtle decline, his legendary all-night parties becoming more frequent, his training intensity less consistent. "You see how things change," Xavi told Lionel one afternoon as they walked to the parking lot after training. "You must be ready. The spotlight will find you whether you seek it or not." Lionel nodded, though the concept remained abstract. Fame was still a garment he wore uncomfortably, wealth, a language he was just beginning to learn. In early 2007, he sat in a quiet office near Pasig de Gracia, watching as lawyers finalized the paperwork for the Leo Messi Foundation. The space was modest, filing cabinets, a few chairs, a desk with a part-time coordinator who would manage the initial partnerships with hospitals in Barcelona and Argentina. 2 to 5% of your income, Jorge explained, reviewing the structure. Focused on children's health and education. We keep governance simple for now. Family oversight, direct funding channels. Lionel studied the foundation's logo, his name rendered in a clean, professional font. "Will it really help?" he asked. "More than you can imagine," his father assured him, "and it matters how you build your name off the pitch. Not just what you earn, but what you represent." The contrast with Cristiano Ronaldo wasn't lost on either man. The Portuguese star cultivated a brand built on spectacular athleticism and glamour. Billboards featuring his chiseled form adorned cities across Europe. Messi, by contrast, was being positioned as football's humble genius, the quiet artist whose work spoke for itself. Through it all, Lionel's routine remained structured with monastic discipline. He trained, he played, he rested. While Barcelona's nightlife beckoned to many of his teammates, he spent evenings at home, often with a plate of his favorite Milanesa prepared by his mother Celia, who had relocated to Spain to maintain the familial cocoon around him. The 2007-2008 season brought disappointment. Barcelona finished third in La Liga, trophy-less and directionless. The club seemed caught between eras, uncertain of its identity. In the dressing room after the final match, the players sat in contemplative silence, each man taking inventory of a wasted campaign. "Changes are coming," Puyol said to no one in particular, the captain's voice carrying weight even in its softness. He was right. In May 2008, Josep Guardiola was appointed first-team coach, elevated from his role with Barcelona B. The announcement sent ripples through the club's training facility at Sant Joan d'Espí, where the scent of pine trees mingled with liniment and freshly cut grass. Guardiola arrived like a professor to a new university department, bringing with him a philosophy cultivated in Johan Cruyff's vision, but refined through his own obsessive study. His first meetings with the squad established a new order: no more fried foods, mandatory sleep schedules, phones silenced during team activities. Behind him, Tito Villanova stood quietly, the tactical architect whose mind worked in perfect complement to Pep's. During an early training session, Guardiola pulled Lionel aside. The smell of morning dew still hung in the air as they walked slowly across the practice pitch. "I've been studying your movements," Pep said. "You understand space in ways that others don't." Lionel listened, hands tucked into the pockets of his training pants. "We're going to try something different," Guardiola continued. "The false nine. Not a traditional striker, but not a typical number 10 either. A position that exists between the lines, that creates problems defenders haven't been trained to solve." The concept wasn't entirely foreign. Lionel had floated between positions throughout his development, but Guardiola's systematic approach to it was revolutionary. In training, he placed Messi at the center of increasingly complex patterns of play, drilling the team on positional rotations and pressing triggers. "When you receive the ball here," Guardiola would say, marking a spot between the opponent's defensive and midfield lines, "Xavi moves there. Iniesta drifts wide, and the entire defensive structure must make impossible choices. The endless rondos, circular passing drills that Guardiola treated as the fundamental grammar of football, honed their collective understanding. In these sessions, young Sergio Busquets emerged as a kindred spirit to Messi, a player whose intelligence matched his own, whose anticipation created time and space where none seemed to exist. One evening in late summer 2008, as Barcelona prepared for the season ahead, Lionel sat on the terrace of his home in Castelldefels, overlooking the Mediterranean. Rodrigo, his brother, brought out glasses of water and joined him. "Dad says the new Adidas deal will be structured differently," Rodrigo said. "Image rights, performance bonuses, development input. It's becoming more complex." Lionel nodded, watching the darkening sea. "Pep says I'll score more this season, many more. And if he's right?" Then everything changes again. Lionel's voice was matter-of-fact, neither excited nor concerned. "But the people around me won't. That's what matters." This had become the Messi philosophy on wealth and fame. Family first, then loyalty-tested friends, with business decisions flowing through this filtered circle. Jorge handled negotiations. Rodrigo increasingly managed day-to-day affairs, while childhood friends from Rosario formed a protective barrier against the outside world. As August turned to September, the first matches under Guardiola revealed glimpses of what was to come. The false nine position liberated Messi from traditional constraints, allowing him to become both playmaker and finisher, the gravitational center of Barcelona's attacking galaxy. His acceleration in tight spaces, that burst of speed over 2 or 3 meters that left defenders grasping at shadows, became his signature, a skill that Adidas engineers studied for insights into their boot development. In the Camp Nou dressing room after one particularly fluid performance, Guardiola addressed the squad, his voice low but intense. "This is just the beginning," he said. "What we're building requires absolute commitment to positional play, absolute discipline, absolute trust in the system and in each other." Lionel caught the eye of Busquets across the room, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. They were becoming the perfect executors of Guardiola's vision, their understanding of football's spatial dimensions almost telepathic. Later, as autumn settled over Barcelona and the team gathered momentum, Lionel received his Spanish nationality papers, formally completing his EU status. The document represented security, the stabilization of his legal standing in a country that had become his professional home, but not yet his emotional one. In the quiet of his kitchen that evening, as the iPhone he'd recently purchased, the device had launched the previous year. Charged on the counter, Lionel called his grandmother back in Rosario. "It's official," he told her. "I'm Spanish now, on paper." "But Argentine in your soul," she replied, her voice crackling across the Atlantic. "Always," he promised. As 2008 progressed, Barcelona's form solidified, and Messi's goal tally increased. With each performance, the foundation of his wealth grew more substantial. The stadium filled with fans wearing his number 10 shirt. Children in Barcelona's Raval district imitated his movements in impromptu street games. Adidas executives tracked the sales figures with increasing satisfaction. In December, before the mid-season break, Guardiola invited Messi to his office at the training ground. The room was Spartan, a desk, tactical boards on the walls, a few books on football theory. No trophies or memorabilia, nothing to suggest past glories or distract from present ambitions. "Are you understanding what we're building?" Pep asked. Lionel nodded. "I see the patterns now, how everything connects." "Good, because what comes next will change everything. For the club, for football," Guardiola paused, looking directly at his young star, "and for you. The system we're creating will amplify your talents in ways no one has imagined." As winter settled over Catalonia, Lionel Messi stood at the threshold of his greatest professional evolution. The Adidas contract that had marked his arrival as a commercial entity would soon be dwarfed by deals that reflected his growing stature. The tactical blueprint that Guardiola was implementing would soon unleash a scoring avalanche that would redefine what was possible in the sport. But on this evening, as he drove home along Barcelona's coastal roads with Estrella Dam advertisements illuminating the highway and Shakira's "Hips Don't Lie" playing softly on the radio, Lionel was still primarily a footballer, a young man whose relationship with wealth remained utilitarian rather than emotional, whose growing fortune was a byproduct of his art rather than its purpose. The Mediterranean stretched dark and endless to his right. The city lights glimmered to his left. And ahead, though he couldn't yet know the full magnitude of it, waited a future where his name would become not just a sporting reference, but a global currency, where his talent would generate wealth measured not in millions, but in billions. For now, though, his mind was on the training session scheduled for tomorrow morning, on the movements Guardiola wanted him to perfect, on the space between the lines where he had discovered his truest freedom. The camera would have caught it had it been positioned right, that moment in Rome's Olympic Stadium when the laws of physics bent for a small man from Argentina. 27 minutes into the Champions League final, and Lionel Messi was floating, suspended between earth and sky, his 5'7" frame somehow rising above Manchester United's towering Rio Ferdinand. The header found net, and the roar from Barcelona's traveling faithful crashed like a wave across the ancient city. It was May 27, 2009, and in that suspended moment, everything changed. Later that night, in a hotel suite overlooking Rome's twinkling panorama, Messi sat quietly on a leather sofa, still in his formal club attire. The celebration had moved on without him to some pulsing nightclub. He preferred this, the silence, the solitude, the chance to process what they'd accomplished, the treble, La Liga, Copa del Rey, and now the Champions League. Leo. His father Jorge's voice was soft but carried weight, as it always had. The call from Adidas came through. They want to renegotiate after the Ballon d'Or. Messi nodded. The golden ball seemed inevitable now. The father pulled a small notebook from his breast pocket and made a precise note in his meticulous handwriting. "We should be strategic about this," Jorge continued. "The endorsements could triple." In the shadows of that Roman night, the wealth architecture was being sketched, a blueprint for an empire built on talent so rare it defied comparison. The Ballon d'Or ceremony in Paris that December was a cathedral of wealth and power. Crystal chandeliers threw fractured light across black tuxedos and designer gowns. Outside, the Eiffel Tower stood sentinel against a winter sky, while economic uncertainty gripped much of Europe in the aftermath of Lehman Brothers' collapse. Inside, football's aristocracy sipped champagne, insulated from the financial crisis that had cratered markets just months earlier. When they called his name, Messi approached the podium with the same careful balance he displayed on pitch. His acceptance speech in halting French, practiced for days in private, drew warm laughter from the assembled dignitaries. The humility wasn't an act. It was the residue of a lifetime of work disguised as magic. "It took me 17 years and 114 days to become an overnight success," he would tell a journalist later that evening, the golden trophy nestled in his hands like something fragile and strange. Back in Barcelona, the contracts awaited signatures. The salary jumped to approximately €10 million per year. Endorsement deals with Adidas, Pepsi, and EA Sports adding another €3 million. His face was appearing on billboards from Shanghai to Sao Paulo, his name becoming global currency. "Look at these numbers again," said the wealth manager in the sleek Barcelona office overlooking Passeig de Gracia. Spring 2010, and the formula was crystallizing: 50% salary and bonuses, 40% endorsements, 10% investments and licensing. This is the architecture that builds generational wealth. Messi studied the portfolio presentation without speaking. He understood the game within the game, that each goal, each assist, each moment of brilliance on the pitch was simultaneously art and commerce. His output, 50 to 70 goals and assists per season, wasn't just winning matches, it was building an irreplaceable brand. The Adidas relationship is particularly promising, the advisor continued. They understand your value goes beyond goals. It's your style, your humility. It translates across cultures. This was the moat hardening around him. Performance paired with personality, both rare enough to create what economists would call a monopoly position. There was only one Messi, and the market was adjusting to that reality. The training complex at Saint-Jean-de-Spy hummed with morning activity. 9 o'clock sessions were sacred in Guardiola's Barcelona, intense, technical, tactical. Messi arrived early, as always, nodding to security guards who knew better than to treat him differently from others. Under the Spanish spring sun, Guardiola orchestrated his symphony, Xavi and Iniesta conducting the midfield, Piqué organizing the defense, Messi given creative license within strict positional discipline. The system leveraged his genius rather than depending on it, multiplying his impact through structure. Leo, turn in that space, Guardiola would instruct, his intensity never wavering. They'll collapse on you, and that opens Danny on the right. This was the factory floor of excellence: repetition, precision, innovation. By 1 in the afternoon, as sessions concluded, Messi had already done more than most would in a day. The routine never varied: training, lunch at the facility, the drive home to Casteldefels for family time, and the sacred afternoon nap, then recovery sessions, early dinner, early sleep. A monastic existence designed for one purpose: sustained brilliance. His Audi Q7, a club-sponsored perk, glided through Barcelona's sun-drenched streets. The city was a contrast in 2010, still glamorous despite Spain's unemployment spiking to 18%. Budget tourists filled the Barri Gothic, yet El Bulli remained the world's most celebrated restaurant, with reservations impossible to secure. Messi drove with both hands on the wheel, music low. The routine mattered, structure mattered. In a profession where careers were brief and fame was fickle, his discipline was his insurance policy. At home, the afternoon unfolded with mechanical precision. Blackout curtains transformed day to night for the essential siesta. 2 hours of perfect darkness and silence. When he emerged, refreshed, the nutritionist-approved meal awaited: grilled fish, quinoa, vegetables. The body was the instrument. He maintained it accordingly. The weekend would bring different rhythms: asados with the Argentine contingent in Barcelona, Mascherano and Milito passing mate in circles, the scent of grilling meat a portal to home. But weekdays belonged to the machine, the routine that transformed natural talent into supernatural output. The UNICEF ambassadorship makes sense, Jorge said, reviewing the proposal at the kitchen table of Messi's Casteldefels beach home. Fall 2010, and the foundations of social responsibility were being laid alongside commercial success. It aligns with your values. Messi nodded, reviewing the materials with characteristic focus. The organization's invitation represented something beyond commercial partnerships, a platform built on trust rather than transactions. The first event would be in Geneva, Jorge continued, then potentially field visits to Kenya next year. The photo ops would come, Messi surrounded by children, translators hovering nearby to compensate for his limited English, institutional coffee served in United Nations cups, camera flashes capturing moments that would circulate globally. But the value exchange was genuine. His name could direct attention where it was needed. "I'll do it," he said simply. This was how the wealth architecture extended beyond balance sheets, how financial capital converted to social capital, how reach became responsibility. The boardroom at Camp Nou was hushed as club executives reviewed projections. Barcelona's 300 million-plus fan base worldwide was the amplifier that turned Messi's personal brand into a global phenomenon. "The network effects are extraordinary," said the marketing director, gesturing to charts showing engagement across continents. "When Leo posts something, it reaches more people than most national broadcasts." This was the ecosystem that turned his talent into wealth, the club's infrastructure, global reach, and the virtuous cycle where his brilliance drove the club's growth, which in turn expanded his platform. "The Adidas relationship is particularly promising," noted the commercial director. "They're proposing a significant expansion of the signature line." Messi listened without expression, hands folded on the polished table. He understood the business machinery now, how his quiet persona, so different from flashier contemporaries, had become its own kind of valuable intellectual property. Authenticity was the rarest commodity of all. Night settled over Barcelona, lights twinkling along the Mediterranean coast. In his living room, Messi watched footage from recent matches, studying his own movements and those of opponents with professional detachment. The Black-Eyed Peas' "I Got a Feeling" floated from a neighboring villa, the soundtrack of 2009-2010, inescapable even here. Soon, Shakira's "Waka Waka," the official 2010 World Cup anthem, would be everywhere, the tournament in South Africa looming as the next global stage. His phone buzzed with a text from Guardiola. "Review the pressing sequences for tomorrow. Rest well." This was the life he had built, or perhaps more accurately, the life that talent, family sacrifice, and organizational excellence had constructed around him. The years of growth hormone injections in adolescence, the napkin contract that brought him from Rosario to Barcelona, the lonely nights at La Masia, and now this, global icon at 23, wealth accumulating, responsibilities expanding. He turned off the footage and the lights, adhering to his early sleep schedule. Tomorrow would begin with the same disciplined early rise, training at 9, the machinery of excellence in perpetual motion. In the darkness before sleep, he sometimes thought about that suspended moment in Rome, hanging in the air above Ferdinand, the ball meeting his head, the net rippling. Physics bent by will and work, the visible manifestation of the invisible effort. 17 years and 11 days of labor for one overnight success. The wealth was a byproduct, not the purpose. The purpose remained the same as it had been on those dusty Rosario fields, the perfect control, the perfect pass, the perfect goal. Everything else, the contracts, the billboards, the ambassadorships, was just the world's response to that purity of purpose. Sleep came easily to Lionel Messi in those days. The routine ensured it. Tomorrow would be another day of building the legend, one precise movement at a time. The wealth architecture would continue its quiet construction around him, but at its foundation was something no accountant could quantify. The joy of a boy from Rosario who had found that most elusive of treasures, work that was also love. And in that, perhaps, lay his greatest wealth of all. The late winter chill lingered over Barcelona as Lionel Messi stared out the window of his Castelldefels home. Beyond the glass lay a manicured garden and, in the distance, the Mediterranean, its surface a sheet of hammered silver in the morning light. He held a cup of mate tea, the familiar taste of home in a land that had adopted him. Inside, the house was quiet. Antonella moved about the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Their relationship, now stretching into its second year since rekindling in 2009, had become his sanctuary. While millions chanted his name, it was here, in these private moments, that Lionel found his equilibrium. Another message from Pepe, he said, glancing at his phone. Pepe Costa, his friend and de facto personal assistant at Barcelona, had become indispensable, driving him to training, shielding him from the constant press attention, managing the minutiae that would otherwise consume him. The night before, against Bayer Leverkusen in the Champions League, he had scored 5 goals. 5. Not in training against cones, but against one of Germany's finest clubs. The papers called it supernatural. To Lionel, it was Tuesday. Jorge called earlier, Antonella said, setting a plate before him. Something about Adidas wanting to meet next week. Lionel nodded. His father handled the business, the negotiations, the contracts. Had always handled them. The trust between them was absolute and unquestioned. The phone call would be about the ongoing discussions with Adidas, rumors of a lifetime deal that would cement their partnership well beyond his playing days. Did he say what they're offering? Lionel asked, his voice soft, almost reluctant. 18 million a year at least. That's what I overheard. Plus bonuses. The numbers should have astonished him, but they'd lost their power to surprise. The economics of his talent had become an industry unto itself, from the signature F50 Adizero boots molded precisely to his feet, to the rights for his image, to the highlight compilations that generated millions of views on the still young YouTube platform. I just want to play, he said simply. Antonella smiled at this familiar refrain. It wasn't false modesty, it was his truth. The wealth was a byproduct, not the destination. The Camp Nou training ground hummed with activity. Barcelona's squad, arguably the greatest collection of footballing talent ever assembled, moved through their paces under Pep Guardiola's watchful eye. The rondo drill, a circle of players one touch passing around 2 defenders, was Barcelona's signature, the physical manifestation of their philosophy. Possession, position, precision. Leo, more intensity, Guardiola called, his voice cutting through the crisp air. The movement must be faster than Real's thinking. The mention of their arch-rivals stirred something in the group. The Clásico against Madrid was approaching, and with it, another chapter in the epic rivalry that had transcended sport to become global entertainment. Messi versus Ronaldo. The quiet genius against the preening superstar. The narrative practically wrote itself. After training, Guardiola pulled Lionel aside. They walked slowly toward the dressing room, their conversation private despite the dozens of eyes watching from a distance. How many goals now? Guardiola asked. This calendar year, 61, I think, Lionel replied, genuinely uncertain of his exact tally. Gerd Muller's record is 85 in a year, 1972, Bayern Munich. Lionel nodded. Though the record had never been his target, he collected trophies, not statistics. You'll break it, Guardiola continued, by December. And when you do, remember what made it possible. This system, these teammates, this philosophy. We've built something that lets your genius breathe. It was true. The tiki-taka style, the hypnotic passing sequences, the geometric patterns created by players like Xavi and Iniesta had created the perfect environment for Messi's improvisational brilliance. Within their structure, he found freedom. That evening, Lionel sat in a private room at the offices of Leo Messi Management. Jorge Messi presided over a meeting with lawyers and financial advisors. On the table before them lay contracts, proposals, and spreadsheets. The architecture of a global brand being constructed around a man who still saw himself as a boy from Rosario who was good at football. The image rights structure needs to be solid, one advisor explained. With the tax authorities becoming more aggressive, we need compliance without compromise. Jorge nodded seriously. Whatever protects Leo, that's our priority. Lionel half listened, his mind drifting. The business of being Lionel Messi had grown exponentially more complex than the game itself. When he was younger, football was simpler, just him, a ball, and the dusty streets of his hometown. Now it required entities, corporations, jurisdictions, and an army of professionals to manage. Leo? Jorge's voice pulled him back. They're asking about the Adidas negotiation. What do you think? Lionel deflected, trusting his father's judgment as he always had. It's unprecedented, Jorge replied. A lifetime deal would set you apart. Not even Cristiano has that with Nike. The rivalry again. Always the comparison. On the pitch, in marketing meetings, in endorsement deals, two players pushing each other to heights previously unimaginable. If we're going to do it, Lionel said quietly, let's make sure some of it goes to the foundation. The Leo Messi Foundation, established to provide health care and educational opportunities for vulnerable children, had become his most personal project. As his wealth had grown, so had his sense of responsibility toward those still struggling in places like Rosario. The next morning, as Barcelona prepared for a league match against Racing Santander, Xavi caught up with Lionel in the dressing room. I saw the new boots, the midfielder said with a smile. The ones with your name. Lionel glanced at his feet, where the latest version of his signature Adidas boots gleamed. He felt almost embarrassed by the attention they drew. Strange to see my name on them, he admitted. Get used to it, Xavi laughed. Soon they'll name planets after you. There was affection in the teasing. The Barcelona dressing room operated on a different wavelength than most elite teams. Here, ego was subordinate to the collective. Even as Lionel's star rose to unprecedented heights, within these walls he remained simply Leo, their quiet, determined number 10. Andres Iniesta joined them, his serene presence completing the triangle that formed the heart of Barcelona's play. Did you see what Mourinho said? Iniesta asked, referring to Real Madrid's provocative manager. I try not to, Lionel replied. He said the Ballon d'Or is already engraved with your name, that FIFA has a bias. Lionel shrugged. The only trophy I care about has ears and weighs 11 kilos. They all smiled at the reference to the Champions League trophy. Personal accolades. Even the Ballon d'Or, which he had already won 3 times, paled next to team achievements. When will you consider yourself the best? Xavi asked, suddenly serious. Lionel paused, considering the question. The day I think I've achieved everything, I'll stop playing, he said finally. There's always something to improve, something to learn. Barcelona's victory that weekend was routine, another masterclass in controlled possession punctuated by moments of Messi brilliance. 2 more goals for his tally, bringing him closer to Muller's seemingly unreachable record. After the match, as cameras and journalists clamored for his attention, Pepe Costa steered him through the mixed zone with practiced efficiency. Lionel offered brief, polite answers, his public persona the antithesis of flashy or controversial. The shy family man image wasn't a construction. It was genuinely who he was, though now it had become part of the brand as well. Back home, Lionel scrolled through messages on his still-new Instagram account. Millions of followers, yet he posted sparingly, training photos, family moments, trophy celebrations. No nightclubs, no luxury displays, no controversy. While Ronaldo's social media pulsed with carefully cultivated glamour, Lionel's reflected his more reserved nature. Jorge called late that evening. We've got the final numbers from Adidas, he said without preamble. Good? Better than good. They're offering what we asked, plus bonuses tied to Ballon d'Ors and Champions League wins. Lionel absorbed this, feeling strangely detached from the sums involved. And the structure is clean? No problems later? Everything above board, Jorge assured him. We've learned from others' mistakes. The subtext was clear. Other footballers had faced tax issues with complex offshore arrangements. The Messi team was determined to avoid similar pitfalls, especially as Spanish authorities, facing a deep recession and 25% unemployment, looked more closely at the wealth of football's elite. "Let me know when to sign," Lionel said simply. "This deal will secure your future, Joe, your children's future." Lionel thought about that after they hung up. Children. He and Antonella had discussed it. A family of their own someday, another dimension of normalcy he craved despite his extraordinary circumstances. As spring bloomed across Catalonia, Lionel's goal count continued its relentless rise. 70, 75, 80. Each match added to the tally, each goal celebrated with his trademark point to the sky, a tribute to his grandmother Celia, whose faith in his talent had never wavered. In the Barcelona dressing room before a crucial Champions League knockout match, Guardiola gathered the team. His intensity was palpable, his belief in their method absolute. "They will try to stop Leo," he said. "They will put 2-3 players on him. And that is when the rest of you must punish them. That is the beauty of our system." Lionel sat quietly, focused inward as he always was before matches. The boots on his feet, custom Adidas F50s designed to maximize his explosive acceleration and close control, represented millions in research and marketing. Each goal he scored was content, each feint and dribble a viral moment in waiting. Yet in his mind it remained simply play, the same joy he had felt as a child in Rosario. "You good?" Piqué asked, sitting beside him. Lionel nodded. Piqué, his longtime friend and teammate, whose more extroverted personality often provided cover for Lionel's quieter nature, understood him better than most. "Heard about the Adidas deal," Piqué continued. "Historic, they're saying." "It's just boots," Lionel replied with a small smile. "It's never just boots with you, Leo. It's history." In the sanctum of Leo Messi management's offices, a strategy meeting was underway. Around the table sat Jorge, lawyers, brand strategists, and digital marketing experts, the infrastructure necessary to manage a global icon in the social media age. "The rivalry narrative is reaching new heights," one advisor explained. "The Messi versus Ronaldo dynamic is becoming the central storyline of world football." Charts displayed engagement metrics, television ratings, and jersey sales. El Clasico matches now commanded billion-viewer audiences globally, with kickoff times adjusted to capture Asian markets. The personal duel between Barcelona's number 10 and Madrid's number 7 had become commercial alchemy, transforming athletic competition into entertainment gold. "How does Leo feel about leaning into the rivalry more explicitly?" someone asked. Jorge shook his head. "That's not his way. He competes on the pitch, not in the press." This was the delicate balance, maximizing Lionel's commercial potential without compromising his authentic self. While Ronaldo embraced the spotlight with studied enthusiasm, Lionel's appeal came partly from his reluctance to seek it. "The foundation work," Jorge continued, "that's where we want more visibility. The children's hospitals, the education programs, not manufactured drama." As the meeting concluded, Jorge made a call to his son. "All good?" Lionel asked. "All good. The team thinks we should emphasize the rivalry more, but I told them that's not you." "Gracias, Papa." The governance of Lionel's empire remained intensely familial. Trust and loyalty were paramount. Outside perspectives, while necessary in some technical areas, were always secondary to the inner circle's judgment. By December 2012, the impossible had become reality. Against Real Betis, Lionel scored twice to surpass Muller's 40-year-old record. 91 goals in a calendar year, a number so astronomical it seemed to belong to video games rather than professional football. In the aftermath, as the football world struggled to contextualize his achievement, Lionel remained characteristically understated. In a rare extended interview, he deflected praise toward his teammates, credited Guardiola's system, and emphasized collective achievements over individual records. That evening, alone with Antonella in their home, he finally allowed himself to reflect on what he had accomplished. "Sometimes I wonder when it ends," he said softly. "How much higher can the numbers go?" Antonella, who had known him since childhood in Rosario, understood the mixture of pride and unease behind the question. "You're not defined by the numbers, Leo. The world sees them, though. The world expects them now." Outside, Barcelona continued its evening routines. Tourists wandered Las Ramblas, locals gathered for late dinners, and everywhere in shop windows, on billboards, on children's jerseys, the name Messi had become ubiquitous. His face gazed out from advertisements for everything from sports drinks to luxury watches. The shy boy from Rosario transformed into a global commodity. Yet within the sanctuary of his home, surrounded only by those who had known him before fame, Lionel remained essentially unchanged, still devoted to family, still obsessed with the game's simplest pleasures, still finding his greatest joy in the perfect pass or the impossible dribble. As midnight approached on December 34, 2012, Lionel stood on his terrace, looking out over the Mediterranean. 91 goals, 3 Ballon d'Ors, Champions League glory, a lifetime contract in negotiation, the architecture of unprecedented wealth taking shape around him. And still, the hunger remained, the desire to improve, to create, to astonish, to prove that the miraculous could become routine. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new records to chase, new heights to scale. The rivalry with Ronaldo would intensify, the business empire would expand, the expectations would grow ever more impossible. But tonight, in the last moments of his extraordinary year, Lionel Messi allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction, not for the wealth or fame his talent had generated, but for the simple, enduring joy of the game he had loved since childhood. The Barcelona courtroom sat in a silence that reminded Lionel Messi of those suspended moments before a free kick, when 70,000 voices hold their breath, when time itself seems to pause. But this wasn't Camp Nou. The polished hardwood, the scent of floor wax, the fluorescent lights reflecting off gleaming surfaces. This was the Ciutat de la Justicia, and Messi was not in control here. "I signed the documents without reading them," he said quietly, his voice barely carrying across the hushed chamber. "I trusted my father and the lawyers he chose." His fingers fidgeted slightly with the cuff of his tailored dark suit. "When I play football, that's what I know. For everything else, I relied on my father." Jorge Messi sat nearby, his expression a mask of paternal concern and professional calculation. Father and son, defendants together in a tax fraud case that had begun with charges in 2013 and now, in the summer of 2016, was reaching its conclusion. The Spanish authorities alleged they had evaded taxes on image rights income through shell companies in Belize and Uruguay between 2007 and 2009. The amount, 4.1 million euros, was insignificant to Messi now, but the damage to his carefully cultivated image was incalculable. Later, alone in the back of his Mercedes as it slipped through Barcelona's evening traffic, Messi stared out the window at the Mediterranean glimmering in the distance. His driver knew not to engage him in conversation. The judge had handed down a 21-month suspended sentence and a 2 million euros fine. He would never serve time. Spanish law suspended first-time offenses under 2 years, but the conviction itself was a shadow that would follow him. What was the point of it all? He whispered to himself in Argentine-accented Spanish. The tax scheme had been his worst investment, the reputational damage far exceeding any savings. And the Panama Papers mentioned earlier that year, though it led to no charges, had only compounded the perception problem. The car turned onto the coastal road toward Casteldefels, where his modernist home overlooked the sea. Antonella would be waiting, perhaps with Thiago kicking a miniature ball down the hallway. The thought provided some comfort, but couldn't dispel the heaviness that had settled over him since the 2014 World Cup final. "What do you see when you look at this?" Dr. Giuliano Poser asked, sliding a plate toward Messi. They sat in the doctor's clean, spare office in northern Italy, early 2014, just months before the World Cup. Messi studied the food. "Dinner?" The nutritionist smiled. "Most athletes see fuel. Some see pleasure. The wise ones see medicine." He tapped the plate. "No more pizza. No more processed food. Your body is not responding to conventional treatment methods anymore. We must build from the inside." Messi nodded. At 27, his body had begun to betray him. Recurring muscular injuries, digestive issues that sapped his energy. He had always been naturally gifted, his physique responding to minimal maintenance, but that era was ending. "Everything that enters your body is either medicine or poison," Poser continued. "We'll eliminate refined sugars, most flours, processed meats. Your recovery times will improve. Your durability will increase." Messi thought of the World Cup coming in a few months, of Argentina's expectations, of his own desire to silence those who claimed he couldn't replicate his Barcelona success with the national team. "Whatever it takes," he said simply. The Maracano locker room smelled of desperation and defeat. July 13, 2014. Germany 1, Argentina 0. Messi sat alone, still in his sweat-soaked jersey, the captain's armband twisted in his fingers. The Golden Ball Award for tournament's best player lay discarded beside him, a hollow consolation that many felt he hadn't even deserved. 0 goals in the knockout stages. A missed opportunity in the final that would replay in his dreams. Javier Mascherano approached carefully, his own eyes red-rimmed from crying. "Leo," he said gently. "Not now, Mesh. The press is waiting." "Let them wait," Messi replied, his voice flat. Mascherano sat beside him, their shoulders touching. "We came so close." Messi stared at the floor. Close doesn't count. Not for me. Not with him always in the background. He didn't need to specify who he was, Diego Maradona, the shadow that loomed over every Argentine footballer, but especially over Messi. Maradona had delivered a World Cup. Messi had now failed. "You'll have another chance," Mascherano offered. Messi looked up, his eyes suddenly fierce. "Yes, I will." But that night, as the team flew back to Buenos Aires in silence, Messi gazed out the airplane window at the darkness below and wondered if some dreams were simply not meant to be fulfilled. "We need to restructure everything," the PricewaterhouseCoopers tax advisor said, spreading documents across the table in Messi's home office in early 2016. Compliant EU frameworks, transparent reporting channels, proper oversight mechanisms. Jorge Messi looked uncomfortable. For years, he had managed his son's financial empire with the help of a small circle of confidants. Now, strangers in expensive suits were dismantling his systems. "What's the bottom line?" Leo asked, glancing at his watch. Training started at 9, and it was already 7:30. His morning routine was sacrosanct: wake at 6,030, make tea, light breakfast, family time before leaving. "The bottom line is that family-only governance is no longer viable at your level," the Cuatro Casas legal representative interjected. "Your wealth requires professional management with proper controls and balances." Leo nodded, then looked at his father. "Dad, we need this." Jorge sighed, looking suddenly older than his years. "I only wanted to protect you. to handle things so you could focus on football. I know, Leo said softly, but we have to adapt. After the advisors left, Leo placed his hand on his father's shoulder. It was never about trust, Dad. I still trust you more than anyone, but this is beyond us now. Jorge nodded, blinking rapidly. Get to training. We'll finish this later. The penalty soared over the crossbar, ascending into the New Jersey night like a promise broken. Messi covered his face with his jersey, unable to witness the Chilean celebrations. The 2006 Copa America final, another championship lost on penalties. Another failure on the international stage. In the locker room afterward, the emotion overwhelmed him. That's it, he said, voice breaking. I've tried enough. 4 finals, 4 defeats. I'm done with the national team. The announcement sent shockwaves through Argentine society. Within hours, protests formed in Buenos Aires. No te vayas, Leo. Signs appeared in windows. Politicians, celebrities, even President Macri called publicly for him to reconsider. 2 nights later, Messi sat on his terrace in Casteldefels, staring at his phone. Thousands of messages. A nation begging him not to abandon them. Antonella joined him, her hand gentle on his back. What are you thinking? That I can't win, he said. If I stay, the criticism when we lose is unbearable. If I leave, I'm a traitor to my country. What does your heart say? Messi was silent for a long moment. That I'm not finished, that I need to try again. She smiled. Then you have your answer. 48 hours after announcing his international retirement, Messi reversed his decision. The quest would continue. The routine became his sanctuary. In a world of tax authorities, media scrutiny, and competitive pressure, Messi built his days like fortresses. 6:03 a.m. Wake up. The Mediterranean visible from his bedroom window, Antonella still asleep beside him. 7:00 a.m. First mate of the day, sipped slowly while watching his sons play. This quiet hour before the world intruded was perhaps his favorite. 8:15 a.m. Drive to Saint-Jean-d'Espy training ground, radio off, mental preparation underway. 9 a.m., 1 p.m. training, the smell of freshly mowed grass, the sound of boots striking balls, the camaraderie of teammates. Here, at least, life made sense. 2 p.m., lunch. Grilled chicken, sweet potatoes, arugula. Dr. Poser's nutrition plan had transformed his physique, eliminated his digestive issues, improved his recovery times. 3 to 5 p.m., family time or nap, sometimes both. Evenings, recovery treatments, light exercise, 3 to 5 more cups of mate. Phone calls with family in Argentina. 9:30 p.m., bed. The discipline of sleep, once ignored in his youth, now recognized as fundamental to performance. You've become a creature of habit, Luis Suarez teased him one day after training as they walked toward their cars. Habits create stability, Messi replied with a small smile. And right now, I need that. The Children's Hospital in Saint-Jean-de-Dieu needs a new oncology center, Messi said, reviewing the proposal from his foundation. It was late 2015, and he sat in his home office with his brother Rodrigo, who helped manage his philanthropic efforts. 200,000 euros would make a significant impact, Rodrigo noted. We've also received appeals for Syrian refugee aid. Messi nodded. Allocate 50,000 for that as well. The press has been asking for more transparency regarding the foundation's activities, Rodrigo added carefully. Messi frowned. Since the tax case, media scrutiny of his finances had intensified. Even his charitable work was now viewed through a lens of suspicion by some. Give them what they need, he said after a moment. We have nothing to hide. Later, he visited the Children's Hospital without publicity, slipping in through a service entrance. The doctors had arranged for him to meet several young patients, encounters that always left him emotionally drained but determined to do more. A 7-year-old boy with leukemia looked up at him with wide eyes. "Are you really Messi?" he asked in Catalan. Messi knelt down to the child's level. "Yes, I am. But who are you?" "Mark," the boy said proudly. "I'm going to play for Barca someday too." "I believe you will," Messi said, his throat tightening, "and when you do, I'll come watch you play." The months following the tax conviction were a time of rebuilding. On the pitch, Barcelona continued to compete for trophies. Off it, Messi's empire underwent a transformation. The family dinner table became a war room one evening in September 2016. Antonella supervised the children elsewhere, while Leo sat with his father, brothers, and key advisors. "The structures are now compliant in all jurisdictions," the lead attorney from Cuatro Casas explained. "Your image rights flow through proper EU entities, with appropriate substance and governance." "And the cost?" Jorge asked, still uncomfortable with the new arrangements. "Higher than the previous structures," the PwC partner admitted, "but with substantially lower risk and complete transparency." Messi listened quietly, understanding that this was the price of his earlier mistake, trusting without verifying, signing without reading. The lesson had cost millions in fines and incalculable damage to his carefully cultivated image of humble professionalism. "We've also revised the foundation's reporting structures," another advisor added. "Enhanced transparency, clearer program metrics, more detailed public filings." Messi nodded, then stood. "Thank you all. I have training tomorrow." It was his way of ending meetings, polite but firm. Football always came first. Later, alone with his father in the kitchen, sharing a late-night mate, Messi finally spoke about what had been weighing on him. "I don't blame you," he said softly. "We both made mistakes." Jorge's eyes glistened. "I only wanted to protect your earnings, to secure your future." "I know." Messi placed his hand over his father's. "And now we've learned, together." Outside, the Mediterranean night was cool and clear. From his terrace, Messi could see the distant lights of Barcelona, the city that had adopted him, judged him, celebrated him. The tax case had revealed his vulnerability, but also his resilience. The World Cup and Copa America failures had shown his limitations, but also his determination. As 2016 drew to a close, Lionel Messi, footballer, father, global icon, convicted tax evader, philanthropist, stood at a crossroads. The structures of his life had been tested, some had broken, but the foundation remained. The coming years would build upon these lessons, these failures, these adjustments. For now, though, there was only the next match, the next training session, the next cup of mate. The routine continued, and within it, Messi found his strength. The dark mahogany conference table reflected the soft overhead lights of Barcelona FC's boardroom as Lionel Messi's pen hovered over the contract. November 2017, a crisp autumn day in Catalonia, and the world's greatest footballer was about to sign the most lucrative contract in sports history. 555 million euros over 4 years, Jorge Messi, his father and agent, whispered, his voice carrying a mix of pride and disbelief. "It's unprecedented, Leo." The figure would remain secret for years, until El Mundo would expose it in 2021. But in this moment, there was only the quiet rustling of papers and the weight of expectations. Barcelona's executives exchanged glances across the table, their expressions a complex mixture of triumph and concern. They had secured their talisman, but at what cost to the club's increasingly precarious finances? Messi signed with a practiced motion, the blue ink flowing across the paper. His face betrayed little emotion, a quality that had made him as enigmatic off the pitch as he was expressive on it. The contract would yield him approximately 138 million euros gross per year at its peak. After taxes and his father's commission, commonly cited at around 10%, the net would still be staggering, representing the pinnacle of his earning potential. "We believe in continuity," Josep Maria Bartomeu, Barcelona's president, announced to the small gathering. "Lionel is not just our best player, he is Barcelona's future." Later that evening, as Barcelona's lights twinkled below his hillside home, Messi sat with Antonella on their terrace. The air was cool but not cold, typical for late autumn in Barcelona. "Do you think it was the right decision?" he asked his wife, his voice soft in the darkness. Antonella, ever his confidant, considered the question carefully. "The club needs you, the city needs you, and you love it here," she replied. "Sometimes the right choices aren't complicated." But the financial realities were indeed complicated. The club was betting its future on Messi's continued excellence, loading its wage bill to nearly 70% of revenue, a precarious balance that would later threaten to topple the institution altogether. By early 2018, as Barcelona marched toward another La Liga title, Messi was diversifying his portfolio beyond football. The launch of MIM Hotels in partnership with the Majestic Hotel Group represented a strategic pivot, a licensing-heavy, equity-light business model that offered steady returns with minimal risk. "It's about creating a legacy that outlasts my playing career," Messi explained to his small circle of advisors during a strategy meeting in a private room at one of Barcelona's discreet business clubs. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered panoramic views of the Mediterranean, the blue expanse a reminder of possibilities beyond the pitch. The first MIM property in Sitges, a coastal town south of Barcelona, would soon be followed by locations in Mallorca and Ibiza. White stucco walls, infinity pools overlooking the Mediterranean, and understated luxury that reflected Messi's own aesthetic, elegant without ostentation. "The beauty of this model," explained his financial advisor, spreading documents across the table, "is that you license your name while minimizing operational exposure. The Majestic Group handles management. You collect licensing fees plus a modest equity share. The return isn't spectacular, but it's stable, a hedge against football's inevitable aging curve." Messi nodded, his eyes scanning the projections. Unlike some athletes who sought flashy, high-risk ventures, he preferred steady, thoughtful investments. The asset allocation was evolving, approximately 60% in real estate and luxury properties, 25% in private equity investments. Many facilitated through introductions from Raúl Sanllehi, a former Barcelona executive, and 15% in liquid assets. "And the Miami prospects?" Messi asked, referencing preliminary discussions about potential investments in South Florida real estate. "Promising," his advisor replied. "The Mas brothers are interested in further conversations. The American market offers diversification beyond Europe." This geographic expansion of his investments reflected a growing awareness of life after Barcelona, not imminent, but inevitable. Summer evenings at the MIM Hotel in Ibiza became known for their distinctive atmosphere. Influencers sipped rosé beside the infinity pool, Mediterranean sunsets painting the sky in gradients of orange and purple. Subtle branding, nothing garish, just the elegant MIM logo, adorned cocktail napkins and plush towels. Messi himself rarely visited, preferring the privacy of family vacations aboard chartered yachts that allowed him to dock at secluded coves away from public eyes. "The best investment is one that works without your constant attention," Jorge Messi remarked during a rare father-son dinner at a favorite seafood restaurant in Barcelona's Port Vell. The evening was warm, the marina lights reflecting on the gentle harbor waters. Lionel nodded, picking at his grilled sea bass. "I've been thinking about the Foundation's Pediatric Cancer Initiative," he said, changing the subject. The SJD Pediatric Cancer Center had received over €200,000 from him in 2017 alone. I want to increase our commitment there. Jorge nodded approvingly. The Messi Foundation typically directed between 2 and 5% of income to charitable causes, modest by some standards, but strategic in its focus on children's health and education. Family first, then foundation, Jorge said. It was something of a mantra between them. Wealth meant responsibility, but priorities remained clear. By early 2020, as the world began to confront a previously unimaginable global pandemic, the financial structures of football faced unprecedented pressure. Empty stadiums meant evaporated revenue streams. Barcelona's financial situation, already precarious due to years of unsustainable wage bills, teetered on the brink. March 2020, Messi sat in the home gym of his Castelldefels compound, the treadmill silent beneath him as he absorbed the news on his phone. Spain was entering strict lockdown. Streets emptied, borders closed, and football, the constant rhythm of his adult life, suspended indefinitely. "It's surreal," he told Antonella later that evening as they sat in their kitchen, the children already asleep upstairs. Camp Nou empty. La Rambla deserted. The pandemic laid bare structural problems at Barcelona that had been masked by matchday revenues and commercial deals. Video calls with teammates revealed growing concern about the club's direction under Bartomeu's leadership. Decisions that once seemed merely questionable now appeared potentially catastrophic. When football eventually resumed behind closed doors, the experience was disorienting. Messi's footsteps echoed in the cavernous, empty Camp Nou. Shouts from coaches and players bounced off vacant seats. Goals were met with artificial crowd noise pumped through speakers, a pale imitation of the roar that normally accompanied his brilliance. By August 2020, the culmination of years of mismanagement, exacerbated by the pandemic's financial impact, led to the most painful decision of Messi's career. In his home office, blinds drawn against the summer heat, he drafted the Burofax, a formal legal document that would invoke a clause in his contract allowing him to leave Barcelona. "Are you certain?" Jorge asked, standing in the doorway, his expression grave. Lionel looked up, eyes revealing the weight of the decision. "They've left me no choice." The Burofax was delivered to Camp Nou, a legal thunderbolt that shocked the football world. Within hours, the news dominated front pages from Mundo Deportivo to AS. Barcelona disputed the validity of the clause, arguing it had expired in June despite the season's COVID extension. What followed was an agonizing period of reflection. Messi could force the issue through the courts, the €700 million release clause seemingly unenforceable given the circumstances. But litigation against Barcelona would mean suing the institution he loved, the club that had been his home since boyhood. "I would never go to court against the club of my life," he later told Goal.com in an exclusive interview that September after deciding to remain for the final year of his contract rather than engage in a legal battle. The decision revealed his character: conflict-averse, loyal even in betrayal, unwilling to burn institutional bridges despite personal hurt. The athlete who attacked so ferociously on the pitch remained, off it, a man who preferred harmony to confrontation. Throughout this turbulent period, Messi's personal lifestyle remained relatively modest by superstar standards. His garage housed an Audi Q7, provided through the club's sponsorship deal, and a Maserati for special occasions, practical luxury rather than ostentatious display. The family home in Castelldefels, though substantial, was chosen more for privacy and security than show. Antonella had begun curating a small collection of modern Argentine art for their home, pieces by Julio Leparc and Tomás Saraceno that connected their Spanish life to their Argentine roots. The collection was personal rather than investment-focused, reflecting the couple's appreciation for their heritage rather than status-seeking. I've never understood people who buy art. They don't love just because someone told them it would increase in value, Antonella remarked one evening as they considered a new piece for their living room. Our home should reflect us, not our portfolio. This philosophy extended to their parenting of Thiago, Mateo, and Kiro, a fierce protection of privacy and normalcy despite their extraordinary circumstances. The children attended regular schools, played with neighborhood friends, and experienced as typical a childhood as possible for the offspring of one of the world's most famous athletes. During the final months of 2020, as Barcelona's debt spiraled toward 1.2 billion euros, and the relationship between Messi and the club's leadership deteriorated further. His investment team continued executing their diversification strategy. The asset allocation shifted slightly more toward real estate and private equity, hedging against football's uncertainties. Deal flow came through trusted channels. The Sosa brothers from Rosario connected him with opportunities in his hometown. Raul Sanllehi facilitated introductions to promising tech startups, and American contacts, including the Maz family, presented expanding U.S. prospects. The world changes, but principles don't, Messi remarked during a year-end portfolio review conducted via video conference, the pandemic still constraining normal business operations. Steady growth, reasonable risk, privacy first. As 2020 drew to a close, Messi stood at a professional and financial inflection point. The contract that had made headlines, though still not publicly known in its full magnitude, was approaching its conclusion. Barcelona's financial crisis meant a renewal at anywhere near the same terms would be impossible. The Burofax episode had revealed both the depths of his dissatisfaction and the limitations of his willingness to fight. On a rare, rainy December evening in Castelldefels, Messi stood at the windows of his home office, watching water stream down the glass. The Mediterranean beyond was obscured by mist and darkness, an apt metaphor for his own professional future. "What are you thinking about?" Antonella asked, bringing him a cup of mate, the Argentine herbal tea that remained a constant connection to home. "The future," he replied simply, "and what it means to build something that lasts." The rain continued to fall, the droplets illuminated by security lights around the property. Inside, warmth and family; outside, uncertainty and change. For a man who had climbed to unprecedented financial heights through his extraordinary talent, the true measure of wealth would be defined not by contracts or endorsements, but by the legacy he constructed in their wake. The night deepened around Barcelona, and somewhere in the city, accountants continued to wrestle with the financial implications of the most lucrative contract in sports history. A document that would remain secret for months yet to come, but whose shadow already stretched across both Messi's future and the club that had made him a legend. The rain fell in steady sheets over Barcelona on that early August evening in 2021, as if the heavens themselves wept in anticipation. Inside the press room at Camp Nou, the air hung heavy with expectation and dread. Camera shutters clicked in rhythmic succession, like the ticking of a clock counting down to an inevitable conclusion. Lionel Messi approached the podium with measured steps. His wife Antonella sat in the front row, their 3 sons beside her, all impeccably dressed yet visibly tense. The room fell silent as he adjusted the microphone. When he finally spoke, his voice cracked almost immediately. I don't know if I'll be able to speak," he said, reaching for a tissue, his fingers trembling slightly. "This is very difficult for me, after so many years, after being here my entire life." The tears came then, genuine, unrestrained, Not the manufactured emotion of a press conference, but the raw grief of a man facing the unimaginable, leaving home. I never imagined having to say goodbye because I never thought of it, he continued, composing himself with visible effort. I gave everything for this club, for this shirt, from the first day to the last. In the third row, Pepe Costa Messi's longtime personal assistant and confidant watched with reddened eyes. The man had been Messi's shadow for years, handling the minutiae of daily life so the maestro could focus solely on his craft. Now he too would need to recalibrate his existence. The explanation was clinical, almost cruel in its simplicity. La Liga's salary cap regulations and Barcelona's catastrophic debt made renewal impossible. The numbers told a sterile story that belied the emotional devastation: 672 goals over 17 seasons, a statistical monument to consistency and brilliance, now sealed forever in the record books. "I did everything I could to stay," Messi said, his voice steadying. "I agreed to a 50% salary reduction, but it wasn't possible." What remained unspoken hung in the air. The leaked contract details published by El Mundo months earlier, 555 million euros over 4 years, had painted him as the villain in Barcelona's financial collapse. A convenient narrative that absolved years of institutional mismanagement. "I never leaked anything," he said when a journalist broached the topic, a flash of steel beneath the grief. "I have always been honest with the club, with the fans." When it was over, he embraced his family. Cameras captured the moment. Antonella wiping tears from her cheeks, their eldest son, Tiago, looking confused and frightened by his father's distress. The image would grace front pages from Buenos Aires to Beijing. 3 days later, a private jet touched down at Le Bourget Airport outside Paris. The cabin lights illuminated Messi's contemplative expression as the wheels made contact with French soil. Beside him, Antonella squeezed his hand gently. "Ready?" she asked. He nodded, but his eyes revealed uncertainty. The familiar weight of expectation settled on his shoulders, different jersey, same burden. Paris unfolded before him like an elegant stranger, beautiful but impenetrable. The Eiffel Tower glittered in welcome, but the city's embrace felt like polite formality rather than passionate devotion. Barcelona had been a marriage. Paris was a business arrangement sealed with a 35 million euros annual contract. The press conference at Parc des Princes bore all the hallmarks of modern football's excess. PSG President Nasser Al-Khelaifi beamed with the satisfaction of a collector who had acquired the rarest of artifacts. The sea of camera flashes reflected off the trophy display cabinets, showcasing ambitions yet unfulfilled. "I am excited to begin a new chapter," Messi said, in rehearsed French that gave way to Spanish as his nerves settled. "I want to help build something special here." Later that evening, in their temporary residence in the 16th arrondissement high ceilings and houseman elegance, Messi stood at the window, gazing at the Parisian skyline. "It still doesn't feel real," he said to Antonella, who unpacked toiletries in the marble bathroom. "It will take time," she replied, practical as always. "The boys are excited about their new school. That's something." He nodded, grateful for her steadiness. Their relationship had weathered every storm, from his growth hormone treatments as a child to the tax case that resulted in a 2016 conviction. She had never wavered. His phone buzzed. A message from Suarez: "The city isn't home. The people are. We're still here." A small comfort in a sea of change. The rhythms of Parisian life gradually established themselves. Morning training sessions at Camp des Loges, with its manicured pitches and ultra-modern facilities. Afternoons spent in meeting rooms with sponsors and marketers. Evenings in a house that wasn't home, helping Tiago, Mateo, and Kiro with homework in a language they were all still learning. On the pitch, the adjustment proved more difficult than anyone had anticipated. The telepathic understanding he had shared with Barcelona teammates, products of the same La Masia philosophy, was absent. Here he navigated a constellation of stars, Neymar's brilliant unpredictability, Mbappé's youthful urgency. "It's different," he confided to Busquets during a video call in late September. "Not worse, just different." Busquets nodded knowingly. "The grass is different too, isn't it? Feels different under your boots." Such small details mattered to artists of their caliber: the texture of the canvas, the weight of the brush. "How are things there?" Messi asked, his tone careful. "Quiet," Busquets replied. "Empty." Neither man needed to elaborate. In the background of these professional adjustments, the machinery of wealth continued its relentless operation. Jorge Messi, father and agent, monitored the portfolio from Barcelona. The MIM Hotels brand expanded cautiously. Investments were evaluated, endorsements fulfilled. The Messi Foundation continued its work, though with less fanfare in Paris than it had enjoyed in Catalonia. In July 2022, a report in L'Equipe calculated that Messi's private jet had produced 52 tons of carbon dioxide in just 3 months, flights to Nice, Ibiza, and home to Rosario. Environmental groups expressed outrage. The press inquired. Messi offered no comment, having learned through bitter experience that some storms are best weathered in silence. "They want you to apologize for success," Pepe Costa told him over coffee one morning, "for having the means to see your family, to go home." Messi shrugged, stirring his espresso. "Let them talk. We have more important things ahead." Qatar in December defied natural logic. A World Cup in winter, air-conditioned stadiums rising from the desert like mirages. For Messi, it represented something more profound, a final chance at the one trophy that had eluded him, the one achievement that could silence the Maradona comparisons forever. In the team hotel in Doha, Argentina coach Lionel Scaloni gathered his squad. "We're not here for ourselves," he said, his eyes lingering on Messi. "We're here for a nation, for history." The tournament unfolded like a redemption narrative written by the most sentimental of screenwriters. The shocking opening loss to Saudi Arabia, a moment when dreams seemed to shatter. Then the gradual rebuilding, victories over Mexico, Poland, Australia, the Netherlands, and Croatia. And finally, the final against France at Lusail Stadium, a match destined to be remembered as perhaps the greatest World Cup final ever played. In the dressing room before kickoff, Angel Di Maria placed a hand on Messi's shoulder. "For us," he said simply. The words carried the weight of their shared journey, the near misses, the heartbreaks, the criticisms. The match itself became a microcosm of Messi's career moments of transcendent brilliance, his penalty, his second goal, periods of struggle, and ultimately a test of resolve in the penalty shootout. When Gonzalo Montiel stepped up for the decisive kick, Messi couldn't watch. He stood with his back to the action, head bowed, muttering what might have been a prayer. The roar that followed told him everything he needed to know. In the chaotic celebrations that followed, amid the confetti and embraces, Qatar's emir draped a traditional bisht over Messi's shoulders before he lifted the trophy. A gesture some criticized as sports washing, others as cultural appreciation. But in that moment, Messi existed beyond such debates. His hands trembled as they grasped the golden trophy, bringing it to his lips for a kiss that seemed to release 16 years of accumulated pressure. Later, in the privacy of the locker room, he sat alone for a moment, phone in hand. A text to Antonella, "We did it." Her reply came instantly, "You did it. Always knew you would." As he prepared to join his teammates for the official photographs, Emiliano Martinez approached with champagne and a smile that bordered on manic. "Now what, Leo? What mountains are left to climb?" Messi smiled, a genuine, unburdened smile. "None," he said. "Now we just play." The celebrations in Buenos Aires were appropriately epic. 5 million people flooding the streets, a national holiday declared. The team bus inched through a sea of humanity, confetti raining down. The chants of muchachos echoing between buildings. Messi stood at the front of the open-top bus, still wearing the bisht over his Argentina shirt, the World Cup trophy clutched possessively. His expression throughout the parade alternated between disbelief and pure joy, as if he too couldn't quite comprehend that the final piece of his legacy had fallen into place. In February 2023, at the FIFA Best ceremony in Paris, Messi approached the podium as the winner. The applause was universal, genuine, the sound of a football world acknowledging that they had witnessed something extraordinary. "This is for Argentina," he said, voice steady. "For my family, for everyone who supported me through difficult moments, and for Diego, who I know is watching from above." The mention of Maradona brought a lump to his throat. The comparison that had haunted him for so long now felt like a shared legacy rather than an impossible standard. In the audience, Antonella watched with quiet pride. Their journey had begun in Rosario when they were children, continued through the stratospheric rise in Barcelona, weathered the tax case and its reputational damage, endured the heartbreaking farewell at Camp Nou, and now culminated in this moment of universal acclaim. After the ceremony, in the back of a chauffeur-driven car moving through Parisian streets, Messi leaned his head against the cool window glass. The trophy sat between him and Antonella, a physical manifestation of dreams fulfilled. "What are you thinking?" she asked, her hand finding his. He considered the question carefully. The boy from Rosario who required growth hormone treatments. The teenager who left home on a promise, scribbled on a napkin. The man who scored 602 goals for Barcelona. The husband and father who built a life while living under the most intense scrutiny. The tax case defendant. The reluctant Parisian. And now, finally, the World Cup winner. "I'm thinking it was all worth it," he said simply. "Every moment." Outside, the Eiffel Tower sparkled against the night sky. Beautiful, impressive, but still not home. Yet, for perhaps the first time, that distinction no longer carried the ache it once had. Home, he realized, had never been about geography. It existed in the connections that had sustained him, in Antonella's unwavering support, in his children's laughter, in the friendships with Suarez, Busquets, and Alba that transcended club loyalties, in Pepe Costa's loyal service, and now in a shared victory that belonged to an entire nation. The rain began to fall on Paris once more, gentle drops tracing paths down the window glass. Messi watched them with tranquil fascination, no longer feeling any need to outrun the storm. The ocean breeze carried the scent of salt and promise as the sun melted into Biscayne Bay, painting the Miami skyline in hues of amber and gold. Lionel Messi stood on the balcony of his $10 million waterfront condominium in Sunny Isles Beach, his fingers wrapped around a ceramic mate gourd, the bitter herbal tea a constant connection to his Rosario roots. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse reflected the dying light, creating a cathedral of glass and shadow. Below, the private marina housed vessels worth more than most would earn in a lifetime. Yet for a man whose Instagram following of 504 million souls made him the second most followed person on the planet, the true luxury was the momentary silence. "Leo," Antonella's voice called softly from inside. "Jorge Mas is on the phone." Messi nodded, taking a final sip before setting down his silver bombilla straw. The move to Inter Miami had been more than a transfer. It had been a calculated reinvention. When he'd chosen the Floridian club over Saudi Arabia's blank check offers, rumored at $400 million per year, financial analysts had questioned his judgment. What they failed to grasp was that Messi was no longer simply accumulating wealth. He was architecting legacy. "Jorge," he said, his English still halting but improving with each passing month in America, "how are the stadium plans?" Mass's voice carried the confidence of a man accustomed to reshaping skylines. As co-owner of Inter Miami, alongside David Beckham, the Cuban-American developer had become more than a business partner. He was Messi's conduit into American enterprise. "The architects submitted revisions this morning," Mas replied. "When you're ready, we should discuss your equity position relative to the new development." The equity stake, rumored between 5 to 10% of the club, had been a masterstroke, transforming Messi from employee to owner. At a conservative valuation, that piece alone represented $50 to $100 million in his portfolio, with exponential growth potential as MLS continued its ascension in American sports consciousness. After ending the call, Messi wandered through the minimalist interior of his residence. Antonella had created a space of understated elegance, cream-colored furnishings, abstract art, and panoramic ocean views that served as living canvases. Their 3 boys were settling into their new American lives, enrolled in private academies where their father's fame was acknowledged but not exploited. "Sergio and Jordi are coming for dinner," Antonella reminded him, referring to Busquets and Alba, former Barcelona teammates who had followed Messi to Miami, recreating a fragment of their Catalan dynasty on American shores. The reunion of this triumvirate had been no accident. In Messi's world, loyalty and familiarity were currencies as valuable as the dollars that flowed into his accounts. Pepe Costa, his longtime personal assistant, had orchestrated every detail of their Miami transition with practiced precision. The infrastructure of Messi's life allowed for no uncertainty, every contingency planned, every comfort anticipated. Later that evening, as the Miami moon rose over the Atlantic, the Spanish conversation flowed as freely as the wine. Busquets, elegant even in retirement, raised his glass. "To David and Apple," he said with a wry smile, "for making us all richer than we deserved." The table laughed. The Apple TV revenue share had been perhaps the most innovative aspect of Messi's deal structure. When he'd announced his Miami signing via Instagram rather than through traditional media channels, MLS Season Pass subscriptions on Apple's platform had spiked 300% within hours. The streaming giant's partnership with MLS had suddenly transformed from speculative venture to golden goose. "The documentary crew wants another day with the family next week," Messi mentioned between bites of grilled fish, "for the Messi experience." The Apple TV Plus series offered curated glimpses into his world training montages, family dinners, quiet reflections. The production value was impeccable. Drone shots capturing Miami's azure coastline, a soundtrack by Pharrell, narratives carefully controlled to present Messi as both extraordinary and relatable. What the cameras never captured were the strategic meetings, tax discussions, or the complex machinery that maintained his estimated $600 to $650 million net worth. Alba shook his head with amused disbelief. "Remember when we worried about Tito's formations? Now it's production schedules and equity percentages." The conversation drifted to the League's Cup victory. How Messi had arrived at a floundering Inter Miami in June 2023 and transformed them into champions within 6 weeks. The narrative had been Hollywood perfect, the humble savior descending upon American soccer, lifting it toward global relevance through sheer force of will and left-footed brilliance. After their guests departed, Messi retreated to his home office, where a secure laptop connected him to the global apparatus of his financial empire. MIM Hotels operated properties across Spain. The spreadsheets and reports reflected a portfolio diversified across real estate, $30 to $50 million. Club equity, and long-term endorsement deals, most notably his lifetime arrangement with Adidas, reportedly worth $18 million annually at its base. The German sportswear giant had sold over 10 million of his signature cleats since 2015. Each pair represented not just revenue but influence. Children in Tokyo, Lagos, and Los Angeles performing Messi-inspired movements in footwear bearing his name. His phone vibrated with a text from David Beckham. "Filming tomorrow at 11. Wear something Adidas. They're planning additional content." Messi smiled slightly. Beckham understood the business of being an icon better than perhaps anyone alive. His transition from player to global brand had been the template Messi was now following, albeit with his own quieter style. The following morning, Messi arrived at DRV PNK Stadium as the Florida sun beat down mercilessly. The temporary home of Inter Miami smelled of fresh-cut Bermuda grass and sunscreen. Despite the early hour, fans had already gathered outside, wearing a kaleidoscope of pink Inter Miami jerseys and the sky blue and white stripes of Argentina. "They still come every day," observed Beckham, meeting him at the private entrance. "The economic impact reports came in yesterday. Your arrival generated an estimated $600 million in local economic activity in the first year alone." Messi nodded, neither surprised nor particularly impressed. Numbers had long since lost their power to astonish him. His salary of approximately $54 million annually was supplemented by endorsements, bringing his 2024 income to around $74 million. Yet wealth had become abstract, less a measure of success than a tool for creating the world he wished to inhabit. As cameras followed him onto the training pitch, he easily slipped into his public persona, focused, gracious, with the occasional half-smile that revealed nothing while satisfying the world's appetite for connection to greatness. "We need 15 minutes on the foundation," whispered a producer during a water break. "The schools in Rosario, the medical treatments, the usual narrative." The Leo Messi Foundation claimed to have treated over 83,000 children and built or renovated 15 schools. The statistics were impressive, though watchdog organizations occasionally noted the opacity of the foundation's operations. For Messi, philanthropy was both genuine calling and reputation management, the expectation that great wealth carried obligations to those left behind. Later, sitting in the stadium's luxury suite for the documentary interview, Messi gazed out at the empty stands that would soon pulse with energy, reggaeton, and the mingled scents of arepas and beer. "What does Miami represent in your journey?" asked the interviewer. Messi paused, considering the carefully constructed narrative he had crafted with his advisors. "Freedom," he finally said, the Spanish word carrying more weight than its English counterpart. "The freedom to write the final chapters on my own terms." What remained unspoken was the financial architecture that made such freedom possible. Florida's zero state income tax. The complex holding companies that maintained his Spanish properties. The transition from salary-dependent athlete to equity-holding entrepreneur. The strategic positioning of his family's future in America's favorable business climate while maintaining their European and South American connections. That evening, a private gathering of Miami's elite welcomed Messi at a waterfront mansion in Coral Gables. Jorge Mas introduced him to technology investors, real estate developers, and entertainment executives eager to align themselves with soccer's greatest living ambassador. "Leo doesn't do speculative investments," Jorge Messi informed a cryptocurrency entrepreneur seeking an endorsement. At 66, Jorge still served as his son's primary business filter, his Argentine accent thick despite years of international dealings. The relationship had evolved over decades, from the father who had demanded Barcelona's commitment on a napkin in December 2000 to the sophisticated manager of a global enterprise. The legal troubles they had faced together in Spain over image rights structures had taught them valuable lessons about financial compliance and transparency. As Miami's lights twinkled across the bay, Messi found a quiet moment with Beckham on the mansion's terrace. "Does it get easier?" Messi asked, his question purposefully vague. Beckham understood immediately. "The transition? No. But you learn to separate the business from the joy." The Englishman swirled his drink thoughtfully. "You've already mastered the hardest part, keeping the right people close. The Moz brothers, your family, bringing Busquets and Alba. Building your American life with foundations from the old one." Messi nodded, grateful for the insight from someone who had walked a similar path. His gaze drifted toward the horizon where the dark Atlantic stretched endlessly eastward toward Europe, toward Barcelona, the city that had shaped him. "We're finalizing the equity percentage next week," Beckham continued. "The league is sensitive about precedent, but you're worth every point. When we break ground on the new stadium, your stake will quadruple in value." The financial calculus was impressive, but secondary. What Messi had recognized, what had drawn him to Miami over Saudi Arabia's astronomical offer, was the opportunity to plant roots in American soil, to secure not just wealth but influence in the world's most powerful market. 3 days later, Messi stood on the pitch at DRV PNK Stadium as 18,000 voices chanted his name. The stands were a sea of pink, with vendors hawking Argentine empanadas alongside Cuban sandwiches. The soundtrack was a fusion of Latin rhythms and American pop, the crowd a living embodiment of Miami's cultural tapestry. As he orchestrated another victory with a perfectly weighted pass that seemed to bend the very fabric of possibility, Messi felt the familiar surge of satisfaction. The financial empire, the strategic positioning, the brand collaborations, all were scaffolding around these moments of pure creation. Later that night, as the family gathered around their dining table overlooking Biscayne Bay, Tiago, his oldest son, asked about the Apple documentary crew. "Do they have to film everything, Papa?" Messi smiled. "No, Hi Joe. They film what we allow them to see." It was perhaps the most important lesson he could impart, the distinction between public perception and private reality. For a man whose image generated hundreds of millions in annual economic activity, whose Instagram posts could move markets, whose mere presence had transformed a struggling franchise into a global phenomenon, that separation was both sanity and strategy. As midnight approached, Messi returned to his balcony ritual, mate in hand, the Miami skyline a constellation of human ambition. His phone buzzed with a message from Jorge Mas. Apple reports another subscription surge after today's match. Revenue share projections revised upward. The business of being Lionel Messi continued its inexorable growth. The Adidas lifetime deal, the MLS salary, the equity stakes, the foundation work, all pieces of an empire built on the foundation of preternatural talent and relentless discipline. Yet, as he stood between ocean and sky, what occupied his thoughts wasn't the balance sheets or brand extensions, but the simple trajectory that had carried him from Rosario's dusty potreros to this glass palace in the American Sunbelt. The journey from a child whose family couldn't afford his growth hormone treatments to a man who could reshape the economic destiny of an entire sports league. Miami had been a calculated risk, choosing equity and influence over Saudi Arabia's blank check. As the warm Florida wind tousled his hair, Lionel Messi, footballer, father, businessman, icon, allowed himself a rare moment of genuine contentment. The wealth was a tool, not an end. The true measure of success would be what remained when the roaring crowds fell silent: family, legacy, and the freedom to write his own conclusion. The Miami sun glinted off the water, casting diamonds of light across Biscayne Bay as Lionel Messi stood on his balcony, a worn mate gourd cupped in his hands. The warm ocean breeze ruffled his hair, now threaded with elegant strands of silver at the temples. Below, the skyline had transformed since his arrival 5 years earlier. The new stadium rising in the distance, its silhouette promising completion before the 2026 World Cup. "Papa, look!" 8-year-old Cairo pressed against the railing, pointing to a boat cutting through the water, its wake a white ribbon against the azure blue. At 12, Tiago barely looked up from his phone, while 10-year-old Mateo practiced keepy-uppies with a soft ball on the terrace. "Careful," Messi called softly, though he knew his middle son possessed a touch nearly as delicate as his own had been. The thought lingered. Had been, though he wasn't ready to frame his career in the past tense just yet. Inside, the phone rang. Antonella appeared at the sliding door, her expression conveying everything before she spoke. "It's your father." Messi nodded, setting down his mate and following her into the cool interior of their Miami residence. The walls were adorned with carefully selected memories, photographs of Rosario, Barcelona, and that night in Lusail when he had finally kissed the World Cup trophy. A glass case held 8 miniature Ballons d'Or, their gold surfaces catching the light filtering through the blinds. "Hola, papa," he said, accepting the phone and moving to his study. This room was his sanctuary, designed with the same minimalist precision that had characterized his play. A desk of dark wood held few items, family photographs, a World Cup miniature, and a small replica of his 8th Ballon d'Or. Leo. Jorge Messi's voice had grown raspier with age, now approaching 70. "I've been on with the lawyers all morning. The extension paperwork is ready for Miami." Messi settled into his chair, gazing at the calendar on his desk. June 2025 stared back at him, months circled in red. The conclusion of his contract with Inter Miami, the beginning of what he had privately decided would be his final year. "One more season," he confirmed, "through next summer. Then we'll see about the World Cup." "Your body feels good?" Jorge asked, the question laden with the weight of decades spent monitoring every muscle fiber, every ligament of his son's remarkable anatomy. "Good enough," Messi replied, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. 38 isn't 28, but it's not bad." The conversation shifted to business, always business. Since the tax case of 2016, their operation had become a model of compliance, quarterly reviews ensuring every cent was accounted for, every structure transparent. The family trust for his sons had been established, the equity percentage in Inter Miami clarified through careful negotiation. The Adidas lifetime deal continued to flow, its escalators tied to his appearances and ambassador role rather than goals, a forward-thinking structure that would outlast his playing days. "Rodrigo called about the academy project," Jorge continued. "He thinks we should move forward after the World Cup if you're serious about the coaching side." Messi gazed at a photograph on his desk, himself at 13 in La Masia, wide-eyed and unaware of the empire that would grow around his feet. "Not coaching. Development. There's a difference." "Of course," Jorge conceded. "The lawyers also mentioned succession planning. For me, I mean." The room fell silent save for the hum of the air conditioning. This was the conversation they had been circling for years. What happens when Jorge, the architect of Messi's empire, could no longer serve as gatekeeper? "I'm not going anywhere yet," Jorge added quickly, "but at my age, team-age teen." "We'll talk about it when I come to Rosario next month," Messi said, his voice gentle but firm, the same tone he had used to end countless interviews when the questions strayed too far into personal territory. Later that evening, as Miami's skyline transformed into a constellation of lights, Messi sat with Antonella on their terrace. Their children were asleep, the house quiet save for the distant sound of waves. "Jorge wants to discuss succession," he said, swirling the last of his wine. Antonella nodded, her expression thoughtful. Over the years, her influence had grown, not just in family matters, but in brand decisions, the aesthetic of their MIM hotels chain, the curation of their public image through carefully managed social media. "It's time," she said. "He's been carrying this weight since you were a child. Rodrigo has his own life now, especially after everything in 2016. Messi nodded. His brother had stepped back from the inner circle after legal troubles, an absence that had never been fully filled. "We could bring in professionals," Antonella continued, "like what Beckham did. Or we could build something more personal, a family office that includes people we trust but isn't dependent on just Jorge." Messi studied his wife's face, admiring how 20 years together had only deepened his appreciation of her intelligence. "You should take a more formal role," he said. "You already manage more than anyone realizes." She smiled, reaching for his hand. "Let's think about it. We have time to build something that preserves what matters. The foundation, the legacy for the boys, your name." 3 weeks later, Messi stood on the training ground at Inter Miami's facility, watching the summer sun climb higher. David Beckham approached, his designer sunglasses and tailored clothes a contrast to Messi's training gear. "How's the ankle?" Beckham asked, his accent unchanged by years in America. "Better every day," Messi replied. The injury that had slowed him in the spring playoffs had nearly healed. "I'll be ready for the final stretch." They walked slowly along the sideline, two men who had redefined what was possible in American soccer. Beckham as an owner, Messi as the player who had finally made the league unavoidable in global conversations. "Have you thought more about our discussion?" Beckham asked. "The equity adjustment after retirement, the ambassador role?" Messi nodded. "I want to stay connected, but not just as a face. If I'm involved, I want input on youth development, on creating pathways from Argentina, from all of South America." "That's exactly what we want," Beckham said. "Your value doesn't end when you stop playing. Your knowledge, your name, they're worth more than goals now." The word worth hung between them, a simple term that had grown complex through decades of contracts, endorsements, and investments. Messi had never played for money, but money had always followed his play, an economic shadow cast by his genius. That night, he called Suarez, their friendship having survived transitions across continents and clubs. Their conversation meandered through family updates before settling on the future. "The foundation wants me to do more after I retire," Messi said. Since 2007, the Messi Foundation had operated with varying degrees of transparency. After the 2016 tax case, they had restructured, professionalizing operations while maintaining family control. "You should," Suarez replied. "It gives purpose. Retirement is harder than anyone tells you." "I'm not retiring yet," Messi said quickly, almost defensively. Suarez laughed. "Of course not. You'll play until they drag you off the field. But then what? You can't just drink mate and watch Netflix forever." The question lingered after they hung up. Then what? At 38, Messi had accumulated more wealth than he could spend in several lifetimes. His investments spanned real estate, tech ventures, and hospitality. The Inter Miami equity would continue appreciating long after he left the pitch. The Adidas deal was structured to last decades. But wealth had never been the point. It was merely the byproduct of an obsession with perfection, with making the impossible look routine. In September, as Miami secured its playoff position, Messi flew to New York for meetings with FIFA and UNICEF. The private jet, a concession to security and schedule rather than ego, had become a target of environmental critics. He had quietly implemented carbon offsets years earlier, though never publicized them. The criticism still stung a man who remembered dirt roads in Rosario, who had been raised to waste nothing. In a sleek Manhattan boardroom, FIFA executives proposed a global ambassador role that would activate after the 2026 World Cup, assuming he played, assuming he finally stepped away afterward. "We're thinking legacy content, youth initiatives, special events," said the marketing director. "No one connects generations like you do." Messi nodded, listening more than speaking, his lifelong habit. His silence had always been his power, letting his feet provide the rhetoric that his mouth refused. "Would this involve Jorge?" he asked finally. "He's stepping back gradually." The executives exchanged glances. "We assumed you'd have a professional team by then. Most players at your level." "We're working on the structure," Messi said, ending the line of questioning with characteristic gentleness. Later, walking through Central Park with Pepe Costa, his longtime friend and facilitator who had followed him from Barcelona to Paris to Miami, Messi allowed himself rare vulnerability. "Everyone wants to plan my after-career," he said. "FIFA, Adidas, Miami, the foundation. Everyone has a plan for Messi except Messi." Pepe nodded. "And what does Messi want?" The question hung in the autumn air as they watched children play football on patchy grass, their movements unrefined but joyful. "Time," he answered finally. "Time with my family. Time to think without pressure. And maybe to help kids who love the game but don't have what I had: support, structure, opportunity." "Then that's what we'll build," Pepe said simply. By the spring of 2026, the succession plan had taken shape. A family office would manage the Messi enterprise, with professional directors but family oversight. Antonella would formalize her role in brand and philanthropy decisions. Jorge would remain as senior advisor while gradually transferring responsibilities. Trusted lieutenants from Barcelona days would handle operations. The Miami Stadium rose against the skyline, on track for completion before the World Cup. Rumors circulated that the opening match might be played there. Argentina defending their title, Messi's last dance on home soil of a different kind. His phone rang as he left training. Cristiano Ronaldo's name appeared on the screen, a relationship that had evolved from professional rivalry to mutual respect, two men who had pushed each other to heights neither might have reached alone. "Leo," Ronaldo said when Messi answered, "I'm launching a Legends Tour next year. Exhibition matches, charity events, masterclasses. I want you to join when you're ready." "I haven't decided when that will be," Messi replied. Ronaldo laughed. "You'll know. One morning you'll wake up and your body will make the decision for you. But when it happens, call me. We spent 20 years competing. We should spend the next 20 celebrating what we did." That evening, Messi sat with his oldest son, Thiago, now 13, and showing the early technical gifts that inevitably drew comparisons. They watched videos of Argentina's 2022 World Cup triumph, the boy asking questions about moments now crystallized in football mythology. "Were you afraid?" Thiago asked as they watched the penalty shootout against France. Messi considered the question. "Yes," he admitted, "but being afraid and being ready can exist together." "Will you win again next year?" Thiago's question carried the innocent assumption of childhood that his father remained capable of anything. Messi smiled. "I'll try. But winning once was enough. Everything after is just gratitude." Later, reviewing trust documents with lawyers, Messi considered his legacy beyond trophies. The family trust would provide for his sons without removing their need for purpose. The foundation would continue its work with clearer governance. The business interests would persist, but with professional management. "And what about you, personally?" the estate attorney asked. "Have you considered what your role will be post-retirement?" Messi gazed out the window at Miami's gleaming towers, so different from Rosario's modest skyline, from Barcelona's ancient and modern collision, from Paris's elegant sprawl. "I want to be remembered as the boy from Rosario who made the impossible look easy," he said quietly. "Not as a businessman or a brand, just as someone who loved the game and respected it enough to give everything to it." As summer approached, Bringing the World Cup and his 39th birthday, Messi found himself increasingly reflective. One evening he sat at his desk, the miniature Ballon's d'Or catching the light. 8 to Ronaldo's 5. The rivalry that had defined an era, that had made them both wealthier and better than either might have become alone. He opened his desk drawer and removed an old photograph, himself as a child in Rosario, skinny and determined, unaware of the empire that would rise around his talent. Next to it, he placed a reproduction of the napkin contract from 2000, the informal document that had changed football history. His phone buzzed with a message from Jorge, called the accountants. Quarterly review next week, everything in order. Such messages had become routine after 2016, the tax case that had taught them both that greatness didn't exempt accountability. They had rebuilt their operation with transparency at its core, professional advisors supplementing family loyalty. The final piece of the succession puzzle remained. Who would replace Jorge as the ultimate gatekeeper? The question had occupied family discussions for months. Professionals could manage operations, but who would protect the essence of Messi when Jorge no longer could? The answer came not in a boardroom, but on his terrace the following morning. As he sipped mate and watched Miami awaken, Antonella joined him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "It has to be us," she said simply, "you and me. Not just advisors or directors. We protect what matters, the boys, the name, the legacy." Messi nodded, covering her hand with his own. The goalkeeper and the wall, just as they had been since childhood in Rosario. The constants in a life of change. As the 2026 World Cup approached, bringing with it the likely conclusion of his playing career, Lionel Messi stood not at an ending but at a transition. The empire built on his talent would continue evolving, governance passing from father to son and wife, advisors ensuring compliance, ambassadorships maintaining relevance. But in quiet moments, watching his sons play or sitting with Antonella, he found himself increasingly at peace with the idea that his greatest wealth had never been measured in contracts or properties. It existed in moments, a child's first touch, a perfect pass, the weight of a trophy finally lifted, the napkin that started everything, and the knowledge that the boy from Rosario had, indeed, made the impossible look easy.